It's right there. Yeah. I'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Rich, you not in the box?
Councilmember Rivas.
Is Rich in the box?
Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Beltran.
Present.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present. Okay, this is an opportunity for oral communication. This is an opportunity to address the City Council on any matters scheduled for closed session unless additional time is authorized by the council. All commentaries shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anybody who'd like to come forth?
Good evening. Josh Flowers, address on record. I'm trying to control my anger here. I'm getting very frustrated looking at these DOGE reports that are coming out from the federal government, but it's focusing back here on our local stuff that I want to talk to you about your item number 6 real quick. You know, I'm going to ask you the question, who's running our city? And I'm asking this not as being rhetorical, but a serious concern. You know, over and over, I see decisions being made without transparency, without accountability, and seemingly without the council's direct input. You know, let's talk about the mayor's vision about a regional sports park. I was fortunate enough to go to that event, and I was sitting there, and when it came out time to present the sketches, it was not just underwhelming, but it was embarrassing. I don't know who allows that to happen. When you're talking about putting a project together of that magnitude, this type of workmanship should never come out of our office. And I'm fed up with it. I keep asking myself, who's running the city? You know, Main Street repaving, it was promised by the last council, it was approved by the last council, it was promised to be done by Veterans Parade, and then suddenly it got delayed. Now I'm going to ask you the question, is it because of the trees? There we go. Is there a difference in the contract language? Go back and look. I'm not sure. Again, these decisions are not being transparent, in my opinion. There's no clear communication. Last meeting, you were handed an agreement, and you had no choice but to pass it. No alternatives, no numbers, no explanations of the consequences. Maybe it was the right thing to do, but did you really get to make that decision? I'm seeing a pattern emerge here. If the council says they want something, it takes 3 meeting cycles before it gets done. If staff wants something done, it gets done immediately. Who's running the city? I see 5 seats in front of me with new faces in over the last 2 cycles. It's a clear signal that the people want change. During your seating, Mr. Beltran, you stated, the people want things, but I have to protect the institution. It's hard. The people are supposed to be in charge. You are the ones representing the people. The staff is supposed to carry out the people's will. So when you go into closed session tonight, and you're going to discuss your key items, I urge you to ask yourselves, are you here for ceremonial purposes, or are you here because you're running the city? And if it's the latter, prove it. Pick a city manager who understands the will of the people, who respects the council's authority, and who will help you achieve the goals you were elected to accomplish. People are watching. We want to know who's running the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward? I'm not seeing anybody. Is there anyone online, Fernando?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, moving on to closed session. Jason?
Thank you, Your Honor. We get used to this new mic. We have 6 items on for closed session this evening. Item 1, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claimant Alexander Aprenelio Bernal, agency claims against City of Porterville. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Commerce at Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Selena Boleter v. Ochoa, Carlos Jose et al., Tulare County Superior Court, case number VCU 316725. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Commerce at Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Victoria Grayson v. Porterville Municipal Golf Course, et al., Tulare County Superior Court, number PCU 313670. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9D3, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, 3 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiffs. Item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9D4, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 3 cases. In item 6, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Employment, Title City Manager.
All right, thank you. At this time, we'll go into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. Okay, we'll reconvene open session and report on reportable actions taken in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. On the item A1, claim of Alexander Apollonio Bernal, on a motion by Mayor Meister, seconded by Councilmember Green, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I will be asking for all of us to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Green, and then an invocation afterwards. But before then, I'd like to just talk about the Porterville Theater fire. It's very unfortunate for our community to see a historical building like that go up in flames. There's been 3 out of the 4 fires on Main Street have been caused by the homeless, and it's a real crisis put on this state across, but on our community as well. We're living like a third world nation, and so I just want to tell you all that we're going to continue our efforts with PD and enforcing the laws in this city to clean up the homeless crisis in our community, to address these issues in the future so we have less fires like this. So, and then with that also, today is 5 years for our fallen firefighters, Patrick Jones and Captain Ray Figueroa. And so I'd like just to start before the Pledge of Allegiance, if we could stand and have a moment of silence in their honor. Okay, stand if you'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, please, sir.
Please, everybody. Salute. Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would anybody like to come forward and give an invocation?
Lord God Almighty, the God in whom we trust, a special prayer for the family and co-workers of Captain Figueroa and firefighter Patrick Jones. They lost their lives 5 years ago battling the fire at our library. They are heroes never to be forgotten. Bless all members of their family and the co-workers at the fire department with peace in their hearts and their minds. Cover them with your grace day by day to endure this journey of loss and mourning, and may God give them enduring strength. Today I pray for all the members of the City Council. Let your arm be revealed in their lives, and may they increase in wisdom and stature. Guide them by the skillfulness of your hand, and break down every wall of Jericho as they follow your divine wisdom for the needs of our community. Prayers of divine protection for our police department, firefighters, and all law enforcement. Protect them from harm in the performance of their duties as they devote themselves to helping others. Bring them home to their families safe and unharmed. Give them strength and peace to the family members of all first-hand responders. Let the angel of the Lord encamp around them and protect them. For our city manager, let your arm establish him, and let your arm strengthen him, and give to him the spirit of wisdom for the decisions he makes for the city of Porterville. Regarding the 2 fires that occurred Sunday morning, Lord God, you know who was involved and who was responsible. Nothing is hidden from your sight. Bring them to justice. And I pray for our children, our future generation. I pray for emotional, physical, and spiritual protection. Guard their minds from harmful instruction. Genesis 1:27 states, so God created man in his own image, and the image of God created male and female. For he formed their inward parts and knitted them together in their mother's womb. I pray our children become strong and courageous and are proud to be who they are created to be. The Almighty God is perfect in all of his ways, and give our children rest in your very shadow. And we thank you in Jesus' name.
Amen. Is there anyone else that'd like to give an invocation? I'm not seeing anyone. Please be seated. Okay, we're going to move on to oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If you do have comments about the public hearing, agenda item 11, and you can't stay for the full meeting, please come up and speak at this time. The floor is open to you if anyone would like to come forward.
My name is Leslie Keel. I am reading a letter from my sister Rebecca, who couldn't be here tonight. To whom it may concern, my name is Rebecca Keel. I am a proud resident and product of the beautiful city that is Porterville. I was born a few blocks away in the Sierra View Medical Center. I attended Bellevue Elementary, Bartlett Middle, and Porterville High School. I proudly represented my schools and my town across the state and across the country for 13 years as a student in poetry, writing, choir, band, and other capacities. I am a former member of the Veterans Homecoming Court of the 2019-2021 and was proud to represent my community. Since my graduation from Porterville High School in 2020, I have lived across the country, and I have always been so proud to talk about where I came from and the amazing community that I have had a privilege to be a part of. I hope that I have represented my home well, and I hope that representation earns me some consideration by this council. I remember the day 5 years ago that the Porterville Public Library burned down. I was a senior at Porterville High School, preparing for graduation and my impending move to college. On that afternoon, I noticed the smoke coming from the center of town. Growing up in the Central Valley, I am used to fire. Smokey the Bear is one of the first celebrities I can remember, but this is the first time in my memory that I felt my life might be changed by that pillar of smoke. By the time I got to school the next morning, the library was ash and 2 heroes were gone. Over the course of the next few weeks, I was astounded by the support our community showed and received in the aftermath of this tragedy. I sang at the firehouse. I remember the book donations that were so numerous the town didn't know where to put them. I remember that the past members of this council committed to building a new library in honor of the men who died. Now I ask, 5 years later, where is that library? Since that time, I have graduated high school, moved 5 times, attended 2 colleges, lived in 3 states, read over 150 books. I have friends from high school who have completed master's degrees, gotten married, and become parents since that day. Where is our library? The library was a fixture of my childhood and a fixture of the all-American city that is Porterville and that this council claims they want to restore. I have heard ramblings that the library is unnecessary or even a waste of resources. If you might think my generation hasn't learned enough in school, guess what? We need a library. If you think your grandchild is spending too much time on their iPad, guess what? They need a library. If you want the homeless population to be able to find and apply for jobs in a safe place and no longer be on the streets, guess what? We need a library. If you want voters to have an informed understanding of American history and policy, guess what? We need a library. We want a library. We need a library. Do not refuse the beautiful community a much needed and much desired resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Is there anyone else? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Wesley Redford. I have come up here to speak that we do need a library, as Leslie said. For some people, it is their safe place, as I have said in the last meeting. It gives them shelter. It supports them. It helps them learn, grow. For me, books were life. When the Porterville Library burnt down, the library was everything to me, and it broke my heart. I had weekly visits to the library. I had lots of fun. It was a special occasion for many others and myself. People made friends. People learn new things.
You're doing a great job, Wesley. Keep it up, bud.
I forgot my.
It's okay.
And when it burnt down, it's just a hole in my heart. When the temporary library was built, as you are considering to be a permanent library, it filled my heart with hope that that place would be restored. I ask that we may have a better library so that people can have a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley.
My name is Kristen Redford. A public library is one of the basic pillars of civilization. Having a public library increases literacy and self-improvement in children and adults. It costs money to provide these things for free to everyone in our community, no matter their social class. But that's what a civilized society does. We lift everyone up together. There's always been a gap in the funding. No amount of waiting and wishing will close it. Based on the mayor's comments in the news article today, there's been given some solemn reverence to the firefighters who died 5 years ago. There's some excitement to pay homage to their sacrifice by commissioning statues of them in front of the new library. So I ask that you please keep that zeal and keep moving forward and fund our library by a tax or a bond, but do it now for our children, our community, and for the future of Porterville. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Brought me the address on record, Fernando. What you're receiving are pictures that were posted on the mayor's Facebook page. Now, can you all attest and swear an oath that you did not talk about any kind of governmental business when you were down at Huntington Beach? Can you? What you're seeing here is very close to looking like a Brown Act violation when there are 4 of you gathered together at several locations. That's the reason why we have the open meeting law in this state, so that we can have transparency. The other thing is on the item where you're going to be appointing people to the Downtown Association Committee. I certainly hope that you send out notice to all the property owners in the zone that's going to be included in that, including the out-of-town property owners that live like in LA and places like that, because they're entitled to be on that committee also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Is there anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Teresa Gonzalez, I'm on record, Plaza de Santa Fe. I have been in contact with the engineer Zachary, and there's 2 suggestions that he suggested that I bring forth. On the bus pole, which is directly across from Plaza de Santa Fe, there's a little light on that pole. It doesn't provide any kind of light for anybody. We do have a lot of seniors that cross that street and stand at that pole. And he suggested that I bring it up that to put a larger light on that pole. And also, I noticed throughout the city, Linda and I kind of buzzed around the city, and many of the signs posted on the poles are bleached out by the sun. So you don't even know what bus stop you're on. All of those signs are just bleached out. And the bus pole that I was talking about is number 1001. The light's very small. He suggested a larger light. And the other thing that I want to bring up regarding the Putnam and 3rd intersection is to take into consideration the things that us tenants see and hear. Many times we do hear tire screeching, of near-miss accidents, and many of the drivers are passing through the stop sign. They're just going right through. So I ask you to keep into consideration what we hear and what we see as a tenant, that an accident doesn't occur, but the almost accidents, for the safety of the seniors, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Is there anyone else? Please come forward at this time.
Good evening. I'm Evelinda Medina, and I'm on file. And about what Teresa Gonzalez was talking about, I just first want to thank the Porterville Police Department for doing their part in putting out the speed traps. It's kind of helped a little bit slow down traffic, but I think we need another speed limit sign on Putnam and 3rd. I know there's one on Putnam and 2nd, so we need another speed limit sign there. And maybe we're asking for senior crossing signs. We need those. I'm also asking to see if you guys can probably put a speed bump on, I think it's Cleveland and where the senior community center is at, just because that's part of the city property. The other, where our speed bump is at, is right where the Santa Fe apartment is at. So we only have one speed bump. So as Teresa said, we have been driving around that area and trying to see what we need, especially for the seniors. So I just wanted to say thank you to the Porterville Police Department for backing us up on that, the speed traps.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. Is there anyone else?
Good evening, everybody. My first paragraph has already been taken up by...
Could you please state your name for record?
Hi,
please?
my name is Jean Valfiatis. I live here in Porterville, and you have my records already. I just want to comment to the people who got up and talked about the library, because that was part of what I was going to talk about. It really is important that we get that library. I'm going to go on with my letter. Says, at the Porterville City Council meeting on January 21st, 2025, members of the community, accompanied by teams from Porterville Little League, informed this council that the playing fields in their current condition are barely playable for youth. Additionally, it was clearly stated why there is a need for a Little League junior division for 13 and 14-year-olds. At the Porterville City Council meeting on February the 4th, 2025, transportation rebranding was discussed at the cost of thousands of dollars, and more money for banners to be placed at ballparks. I'd like to express my concerns and ask for the staff, reach out to me. Please explain where the funds will be allocated from the rebranding, transportation, and banners, while our children play on inadequate fields. When the library be built, we've talked to you tonight, our children and their needs should be our priority, not banners and rebranding. Thank you.
Thank
I'd
you.
like to give this to Fernando to hand over to the
Thank you,
staff.
Jean.
You're welcome. I'm so nice, as a former teacher, to see so many young people here. It really is. I see Military Academy. That started at Pioneer Middle School, where I was at. It's just really nice to
Jean,
be
this is the time to address the council. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that'd like to come forward at this time?
Brian Redford, address on file. I am the proud father of a couple of these kids here in the audience, one of which read 2.5 million words as a 5th grader at Westfield Elementary School, beating next lowest by over 1 million words. Another is an 8-year-old girl who falls asleep every single night with a pile of books about this high next to her. And another who is a 4th grader, yet got 3rd place in the spelling bee in his school against 2 other 6th graders. This, you won't see them on iPads or devices out here keeping themselves busy. This is what literacy in a community creates. I credit so much to my dear wife for doing this with them, but also the public access resources like a library. We are fortunate enough to have the resources to provide them books. Goodness knows we have a line item in our budget, in our family budget for books and education and literacy. It is the responsibility of a city to take care and build its future. We're not from here. We're from the San Francisco Bay Area. We came here for work, and we stayed here because we believe in this kind of community. 5 years. Every single day that we wait and we don't take action, the bonds, the grants, the insurance, it loses value. It loses value. It's not being invested somewhere, accruing all this interest and helping us. We're slowly chipping away. It's dying. And we're not showing the respect to our fire heroes who gave everything to protect this. There's the unfortunate statements made May 14th, 2024 in this very council chamber, saying it's not the city's job to teach the kids. It's a video, you can find it on YouTube. It's the city's job to provide these resources to our people so that we can build something better. It's not a matter of if we should do it. It has been decided by council members before you, and that's great. It is your decision and your time to do something, to do anything to help this move forward. The city deserves it. They pay towards it every single time they go down to the store and buy anything with sales tax money. They stay here. I work remote. We could live anywhere. I'm staying here. I want to be here. We are part of this community. Please help us build this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redford. Is there anyone? This is the opportunity. Please come forward. I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone online, Fernando? Oh, we still have one more.
Good evening. My name is Lee Qualls. I pastor Encounter Church. I just wanted to come and publicly thank the City Council and the Porterville PD for jumping on board and taking care of some issues that were here in town that I brought to the attention. And also, I hope you had a good time in Huntington Beach. You guys work hard. You deserve a little free time. You work hard together, have some free time together. God bless you guys. We pray for you all the time.
Thank you, Mr. Qualls. Is there anyone else? I'm not seeing anyone. Fernando, is there anyone online?
None indicating that they wish to speak, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll move on to reports. This is a time for all committees, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational reports. So we'll start with Parks and Leisure Service Commission. They met February 6th. Is there anyone? Oh, I see Arlene.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Parks and Leisure Services Vice Chair Arlene Pena with our commission report. The pool renovation project is underway and will be done in time for lifeguard training in April. An extensive amount of work has been needed and old infrastructures. This will be great for the public to enjoy for years to come. The 4th annual Shamrock Shape Up Fitness Challenge has 115 participants. Their goal is to reach 1,000 minutes of exercise from February 1st to March 17th. Those that do will receive a medal. The military banner program submittal period ended February 1st. There will be 35 new honorees in 2025, making the total of 1,200 since the program began in 2016. As for youth sports, registration is underway for Porterville Track and Field Club. It's open to youth grades 4th through 8th grade. Practices will begin soon. Youth baseball registration has begun. Boys and girls age 4 to 13 are welcome to play. Practices begin April with games beginning played in May at the sports complex. Arena soccer practice is currently taking place in the sports complex. Over 200 boys and girls ages 5 to 13 are playing our popular modified version of arena soccer, which takes place within outdoor arenas made of 4x8 plywood sheets. Other upcoming dates to take note are the pool party reservations open March 4th, yes. And the annual Youth Fishing Derby is set for March 15th at Murray Park. And this concludes the report. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Arlene, for the report. Okay, moving on to Library and Literacy Commission. They met February 11th. Is there anyone representing the library here tonight, or that committee? I'm not seeing anyone. We'll move on to Arts Commission, met February 10th. Is there anyone from the Arts Commission? Yes, Fernando, we have someone online.
Yes, Your Honor, we do have a commissioner online. Give me one moment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Luna, are you there?
If you're talking, you're muted.
Am I good to start?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Hello and good evening. My name is Emily Luna, and I am the Vice Chair for the Porterville Arts Commission. The Commission's quarterly meeting of January 28th, 2025 did not have a quorum. There was a special meeting for the Arts Commission held on February 11th, 2025 to discuss holding our annual chalk art booth at the upcoming Spring Festival on April 5th, 2025, and we voted to move forward with the commission. I'm sorry. Do I continue?
Yes. Sorry about that.
No, you're okay. Just the last bit is that our next regularly scheduled quarterly meeting is going to be on April 22nd, 2025, and at this time we do have a youth position available. That concludes the rest of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, Animal Control Commission did not have a meeting. The Youth Commission met February 12th. Is there anyone representing the Youth Commission? Not seeing anyone. Anyone online, Fernando?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, here we got people. We're in business.
Hi, my name is Ezekiel Leon. I'm a youth leader for the Youth Commission.
My name is Sawyer Stevens. I'm also a leader at Youth Commission.
I just want to start off by thanking the City of Porterville and the Porterville Council for empowering us as youth leaders to have a voice in our community. So since the last meeting we were present for, we've had 3 meetings so far in December, January, and February. We try to have a meeting every month, and we know I myself am a pretty busy student, but everybody else is just busy and they're doing their own things at their own school. So we try to have meetings once a month. That's what we shoot for. And our Youth Commission goals, we want to promote environmental advocacy, self-care, supporting local businesses, city preservation, and youth employment experiences. And 2 of the goals we've already accomplished so far. So for environmental advocacy and city preservation, we worked, so this was on January 18th, we worked at the Zalad House Garden and just cleaning it up and making it look nice.
Moving on to the meeting discussions based on what we've talked about inside the meetings. We have discussed the Zalad House and how we're gonna handle that. And that was for the past 2 meetings. The most recent one, we went over how it went and the progress they made on it. I was unfortunately not able to go, but based on what I've seen and what I've heard from others' experiences, they had a great time there. They described it as calming, and Zeke will go more on that since he has been there. And we also discussed our future goals for activities that we can probably squeeze in before 2025, like our current term ends. And we discussed how we can support local businesses, kind of like how we can help the animal shelter possibly, see what they need help with, see if we can go there, help them out, give them a helping hand, takes less work off their shoulders. And then possibly going to an elderly community visit to do crafts with them, listen to their stories, play games, and just overall interact with them. We know how much that really means to them. I have a grandfather who loves telling stories about his time in the war, stuff like that. So I feel like that would be a great thing to do.
So the current events and activities that we've done so far that we're working on still. So these are just some things that we've done already. So the city librarian, Anthony Arellano, provided a presentation to the group on our last meeting, February the 12th. And this presentation covered the services and programs available in the library for the public, and also future projects and goals for the department, which was shared to all the commissioners as well, to kind of give us another project to do. So there was a picture on screen. I didn't get to talk about it, but that was the Salad House cleanup project. So that's how it looked before. It was leaves scattered everywhere. It was kind of messy, and we just went in there. We cleaned it all up. Yeah, we renovated the section of the garden. We planted new shrubs and flowers. We put down stepping stones for a new path for the public. And overall, we had a great time as well. Was like my first experience, like planting. So it was something new for me. I really liked it. But yeah, thank you.
Hey, great job, Zeke and Stevens. I want to say my first experience in planting was in my parents' yard pulling weeds, so that's pretty good. And great job to you guys. You guys are the future of our community, so thank you for coming up and speaking. Great job.
Very much. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next would be Talk or Transactions and Use Tax Oversight Committee, which did not meet, so we'll move on to staff informational reports. Mr. Reidenhauer?
Yes, Your Honor. Tonight, we have 3 staff information reports. Staff's available to provide a report or answer any questions you might have.
Okay, bringing it back to the council, is there any questions on the staff reports? We have the Wall of Fame. Any questions there? No? There's a lot of excitement, great names on the list, so something I will cover in other matters. Water Conservation Phase 4 status update. Any questions for Mr. Knight or Mr. Reidenhauer? No? Moving on. And then the vacation of seat on the Arts Commission. Do we have to take action on that? It's just notifying us with what's going on?
Information only.
Informational only, okay. So we have a vacation on that seat. We all had a chance to look at it. Any questions on that? No? Okay, we'll move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussions of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of the scheduled matters. Opening up to council, I would like to pull agenda item number 4. Is there any other agenda items that you would like, that the council would like to pull or look at?
Your Honor, I'd like to pull number 6 and number 8 for brief discussion.
6 and 8. So we have 4, 6, and 8. Are there any others? Okay, I will make a motion to approve the the consent calendar 1 through 3, 5, and then 9. 7, and then 9 through 10, or 9 and 10.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to the public hearing. Mr. Reidenhauer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tonight, we have one public hearing to consider adjustments to lease rates and approval of master ground lease agreement, airport lease policy, and hangar rental agreement for the Porterville Municipal Airport. I've asked Mr. Tree to provide a staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Reidenhauer. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, this agenda is a special item because it embodies the principles of democracy. Today, we're holding a public hearing where citizens have the opportunity to express their views and provide input on government decisions. Public hearings ensure transparency and a responsiveness to community needs. The public hearing allows residents to voice their opinions on issues such as budgets, projects, and tonight, airport rates, fees, and agreements. While the City Council makes the final decision, these hearings ensure that the public, such as the airport community tonight, has a platform to influence governance, reinforcing the democratic process. I think before we start off, it's important to share with the council and audience the timeline of events. I think there's been for a couple years where staff has taken a look at the airport budget as they develop the program of projects, and the rates themselves have not been discussed or adjusted in over 20 years. There was a conversation with our airport consultant who did not perform the market analysis, but recommended that we conduct a market analysis. The FAA has some guidance on that, and I'll get into that a little bit more tonight. And my effort is to simplify the staff report and some of the items in it so that we can all understand what's going on. But the consultant suggested that they conduct a market analysis by an independent appraisal. The work order to conduct the market analysis was actually issued by the Community Development Department, and once the firm was awarded the project, I met with the appraiser at the airport in September of 2024. The airport appraisal was finalized on November 15th, 2024, which is provided in the staff report and presented to you tonight. At the heart of it is, this is because the city has accepted federal financial assistance in the past and is planning to accept federal financial assistance in the future for projects that we have identified, such as improving the runway lighting to FAA standards, rehabilitating the runway, and others that we have in our 5-year airport improvement plan that we present to the FAA on an annual basis. However, when you accept federal financial assistance, and from the FAA in particular, there's assurances, which is essentially a contract agreement between the city and the FAA that we have to meet in order to accept those federal funds. The FAA uses appraisals to establish fair market value of the airport property, as do airport sponsors, which the city is, for determining fee and rates as stated in Grant Assurance number 24, Fee and Rental Structure, which states in part, the airport sponsor will maintain a fee and rental structure for the facilities and services at the airport that will make the airport as self-sustaining as possible under the circumstances existing at the particular airport, taking into account such factors as volume of traffic and the economy of collection. The FAA views the appraisal process as an integral and required component to establishing an objective marketable value and protecting the federal investment in our nation's airports. To go on, so what does it mean to be self-sustaining? And the FAA defines that, and I just want to share a couple with you tonight. Airports must satisfy these requirements. Number one, maintain a rate structure, including for airport property leased or sold, that makes the airport as self-sustaining as possible under the circumstances at the airport. Number two, obtain a fair market value for any land it leases or sells to the airport for municipal purposes, such as if we're purchasing. So the first one is if we own it, we need to have fair market value. If we're purchasing a piece of property to expand the airport, it needs to be a fair market value. And then number three is if there's a change in the market rent for leasing property for non-aeronautical use, as well as determine the market value for the disposal of property that is no longer needed for the airport purposes. And then number four, and I think this is important for staff, and we understand that, is to prohibit the sale of airport property at less than fair market value that diverts revenue away from the airport, and that's in violation of Grant Assurances number 25, airport revenue. So in essence, tonight, staff is ensuring that the city complies with the FAA grant assurances, in particularly number 24, for setting a fee and rental structure by presenting the airport market analysis to you tonight, which provides a recommendation for new airport rates and fees. The proposed lease rate adjustments align with FAA regulations and best practices in aviation facility management. The proposed lease rate adjustments, if they're adopted by council, would take into effect on March 1st, 2025, and only apply to new leases and lease renewals executed after that date. The adjustments are expected to generate up to $72,000 annually. Here, we did a secondary analysis. That's if every lease were to be under the new lease rate from March 1st moving forward. But approximately about 38% of the leases will renew after that date. And so what we're looking at, the magnitude starting in March of 2025 of additional revenue being generated for the airport is around $27,000. Because there's the rest of the 74% are under lease agreements that will expire in 2030, 2039, et cetera. The intention is not to change those at all. Staff has, so in the staff report, we provided a table that lists the current rates for the airport and then what the appraiser, who's on the line and will be happy to answer any questions. But we have prepared, and if council would like us to, we have presented an additional table that really side by side the airports that are within 60 nautical miles of Porterville, what rates they offer. I think this table, if you allow, and maybe we have to zoom in so the public can see, is the same information that was in the staff report and in the market analysis, but we've expanded it out to 60 nautical miles. We're happy to share that with you tonight. The second area on tonight's agenda is really, it focuses on the city's lease policy, which it has not had one before. So we've created a draft city lease policy for the council's consideration. We have drafted a master ground lease agreement. Essentially, in the past, agreements were 2 or 3 pages long. This agreement, because of all the rules and regulations that are placed on by the FAA, it's now 20 pages, and there's a lot of terms and conditions, and I'm sure we'll hear concerns over areas in that agreement. And then last, there's a hangar lease agreement. And the reason, so if the market analysis was completed on November 15th, why are we now discussing it in the middle of February, right? So there was a delay. While the market analysis was being performed, staff was working with the city attorney to draft these policies and agreements so that we would have a well-rounded, compliant airport moving forward. And that's what the intent is, to ensure that should we seek federal financial assistance in the future, we have everything aligned with the FAA to accept those funds when it comes time and being in compliant with them. Let's see, I apologize. So we worked with the city attorney to draft these policies. We took a look at other airport agreements and use them in areas as templates. We also use the Airport Cooperative Research Program's guidebook for developing and leasing airport property. They discuss key issues associated with developing and leasing available airport land, and they summarize best practices from their perspective of the airport sponsor. The Airport Cooperative Research Program is sponsored by the FAA, and the FAA describes it as an industry-driven applied research program that develops practical solutions to problems faced by airport operators. I'll be honest, when the approach to this, we could have been better, and we will be better. Typically, in public transit, when we're discussing rate changes, we verify and then test. We meet with the community. We explain that what we're about to do and why we're going to do it so they understand. And then once the analysis has been completed, we go back to the community and we explain, here's what the market analysis says, and here's some recommendations. What are your thoughts on it? Should we make any changes? That's my fault, and I'll take ownership of that. We could have done better. The airport community that's here tonight, they're amazing people. I've had wonderful discussions with them about how we can bring more activities to the airport, make it a destination, but still keep that local feel, that gem that we really do have, and that previous council members have considered that the airport is a gem. I probably said too much, but we'll get to, so I've talked about the draft master lease agreement, which has been prepared to standardize lease terms, improve compliance with FAA regulations, and address obligations outlined in grant assurances 22, 23, and 24. The draft hangar agreement has been developed to provide consistency in the rental terms for aircraft storage hangars, ensuring compliance with airport policies, which was drafted, and FAA grant assurances. There's some key provisions in the master ground lease and policy, such as the term, the rent adjustments, the leasee obligation, FAA compliance. Tonight, staff's recommendation is that the City Council conduct a public hearing to consider adjustments to the lease rates for the properties at the airport, Porterville Municipal Airport. Number two, approve the proposed lease rate adjustments to ensure compliance with Federal Aviation Administration regulations and financial sustainability of airport operations, or make recommendations. Number three is approve the airport lease policy, the draft airport lease policy, the draft master ground lease agreement, and the the draft hangar rental agreement for the use with airport leases. And last but not least, approve the attached draft resolution to formally adopt the proposed lease rate adjustments and authorize implementation. That's the conclusion of staff's report.
Thank you, Mr. Tree, for that report, and thank you for being honest in how we could do better from the city point in communicating with our partners in the city and the constituents of Porterville. That takes courage. So I do greatly appreciate you stating that. And with that being said, I personally, I think this may be something we need to table, but with having this audience here, I think and them here now, it's only right that we give them an opportunity to speak on this, and we open the public hearing and give everybody the opportunity to be on record and state their concerns with some of these contracts and lease agreements and rate increases. So with that, I will be opening the public hearing, but before I do that, I'm supposed to read us something. Where's it at here? Here it is. Okay, so all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes, and I'll be opening the public hearing at 7:19.
Good evening, Council. My name is Fred Donkey. I am a retired Air Force officer, a certified FAA commercial pilot, instructor pilot, multi-engine instructor instrument. I'm also the commandant at the military academy. I have a master's degree in aeronautical science. My retirement job was supposed to be airport management, but I got a better gig at the academy, so I'm working with the outstanding young youth you see behind me. I'd like to thank Mr. Tree for the opportunity to come up here and speak. Today I have 2 requests for the council. I would like to first ask that the council table both the proposed changes to the airport rates and the leases to allow for individuals to make a more informed proposed changes to Mr. Tree's plan. And second, I would like to propose that the council allow for the creation of an airport council with the task and purpose of enabling us to make local inputs to the management plan, to provide a venue for consulting with the airport users, and to enable the managers to build on our strengths and to address some of the real issues that are at the airport. I have read the mayor's vision for Porterville, and I'm a big believer in actually making that happen. And I think that the plan tonight does not support that vision, right? The proposed changes don't support that vision. I'll go into that. The current proposal, some of the assessments, in my humble opinion, are inaccurate. The report is more representative of issues that you will find in airports in LA and San Francisco. Some of the stuff is cut and paste from urban congested environments, not representative of the issues we have here in our small general aviation airport. For example, as I understand, the lease rate over the last 10 years has gone up from 31 cents to 39 cents, which is a 27% increase over the last 10 years, which the report says there was no increase. And I believe there has been an increase on the small parcels. In comparison with the 8 large airports in the near area, right, Meadows Field, Tehachapi, Hanford, Visalia, Tulare, Shafter, the current rate that we found on our research from the 10th to 17th of this month was it's 24 cents. So we are 15 cents already above that rate currently. In addition, that doesn't take into the account 3 airports in the local area that are basically abandoned: Eckerd Field, Sequoia, and of course, Exeter. In addition, there's a couple proposals in there that are going to scare away investment, namely the big one being the reversion, that after we invest in building a hangar that we like, at the end of the lease, the city could, in theory, take possession of that back. So I have basically 2 requests: to table the item on the agenda tonight and enable us who are here tonight to make input. We want to help make your vision come true. Give us the opportunity, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donkey. Is there anyone else that'd like to come forward at this time?
Good evening. My name is Brianna Groves. I reside at 11225 Road 248, Porterville. I'm a member of the airport community and owner of a personal hangar on the field. I appreciate the opportunity to express the disagreement with and many concerns related to the public hearing item number 11 before you today. I am respectfully requesting denial or postponement of the approval of the item, as there's numerous concerns related to the new lease agreements and policies written for tonight's consideration. I've owned a hangar since June of '24. I followed the necessary steps to notify city and reassign the existing lease in place at the time of the sale. I provided all documentation requested and was scheduled for an August 6, 2024 council meeting, and my item was pulled. We never made it to council. I still, to this day, have not been provided with a council date to hear my reassignment of my lease. I, as well as the previous owner and amongst many others on the field, have asked questions about the lease and the reassignment, haven't heard much from the city. I was informed by letter dated February 11th, received February 14th of tonight's item. Few of the items of concern on the new agreement and policy before us tonight are changing the policy during the existing leases, like mine, raising the rates to more than double what we currently are. Biggest one is the reversion to airport on the hangars that we've built, not the city, and then at the termination of my lease, potentially having to turn it over to city. $1 million liability that's required for all vehicles that enter the premises. stipulation of needing to own 50% more or more interest in an aircraft to be able to own or lease a hangar. There's references to FAA regulations in the city documents that could potentially be contradictory to FAA regulations, which we all abide by. There's a 90-day removal of hangars upon termination of a lease if a lease is not honored or continued. Language regarding the requirement for hangar owners to keep up our lease area to a higher standard than what the city is required on the areas that they're responsible for. And these are just to name a few. So this is a city taking an overreach, in my opinion, in many different areas. And by interpretation of the documents before you, this is taking our lifestyle away. I am not against change or compliance mitigation. I'm merely requesting consideration for compromise in rules and regulations relating to the new agreements and airport policy that is fair and just to all. The airport community would appreciate the opportunity to engage with the city in clarifying the many flaws in the proposed documents for consideration before approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brianna. Is there anyone else? This is the time.
Brock Neely, address on record. So what I'm hearing is pretty much let's keep the low rates so that the taxpayers of Porterville that don't use the airport subsidize these people that have their fancy toys. Kind of sounds like the golf course that we're paying for that loses money all the time. Way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Is there anyone else like to come forward?
Hello, my name is Stacy Doyle. I live at 1728 North Cason Lane here in Porterville, and I am here tonight representing Betty Jo Simons from Aero Falcon Exporters. And she is actually online and would like to speak as well whenever we're done here, but she would like to make a statement. But just what I would like to impress upon the council, and I've heard other people say it, and I think it's a wonderful idea to table your decision tonight, because we have been engaging with the city since November of 2023 to try to renew a lease on Lot 9. And I cannot tell you, it's not just been myself or Betty Jo, but our attorney has been met with, little or no information. And this information that folks are talking about tonight was just made public on Friday the 14th, February 14th, and it's volumes of information. But I want to impress upon the council the drastic differences in the contracts, the leases. We are talking about contracts, and just for Aero Falcon for lot number 9, the increases for the lease amount annually are in excess of 40%. Now, when you're talking about that, and then you're also talking about reversion policies, and that the city of Porterville will retain all improvements on those hangars at the end of a lease, what really is the incentive for people to come and invest in the airport? If I'm going to buy a hangar and I'm going to put, say, $50,000 worth of improvements into that piece of property, but yet I turn it over to the city at the end, I can't remove a $20,000 AC unit or shelving or anything else that I'm putting in there, what is really the incentive for people to come? The other thing has to do with the ground lease, the ground lease versus the improvement. So these contracts used to be 10, 20, 30-year contracts, and now they're shortening the contract period from 3 to 5 years. And so if somebody's going to come to the airport and invest in it, and they're not going to be able to keep any of their improvements, I think this is something that really needs to be evaluated. One of the biggest factors that affects Aero Falcons is a new provision for the contract, which has to do with aircraft ownership requirement. Aero Falcon operated for 44 years at the airport providing services. They did not own a single aircraft. They worked on them, they sold them, they refabricated them, but they never owned an aircraft. And this is a new provision, and so when Mr. Tree, I'm glad that he mentioned that they haven't really been transparent with the aeronautical community. Nobody got prior notice on this. There may be other individuals who provide services to the aeronautical industry and don't actually own an aircraft. The other thing,
Thank you so much.
No, please summarize,
Okay.
Ms. Doyle.
Just in summary, one other thing that I would like to ask has to do with the airport layout plan. There are provisions that Porterville can, in fact, identify units that are non-aeronautical use, but that is not identified on the layout plan that I saw in the package. The other thing has to do with Exhibit C is also missing, so when you folks are looking at that, you might also ask about Exhibit C. I could not find it, and I thank you for the opportunity. I do hope you do table these items and allow the aeronautical community to weigh in.
Ms. Doyles, if you could leave your information with staff, either go left or right, about Lot 9 and Arrows Falcons, if you're representing them. I did receive an email today, and I think we have a remedy if you could leave your information with staff.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anyone else?
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Rea, and I live at 1935 North Beverly Street here in town. Scott and I have been a very active part of the Porterville Airport for about 12 years. I've been the treasurer of our local EAA, Chapter 1547, for several years, and the vice president and the president before that. Twice a year, we would give Young Eagle rides to kids in town that had never been in an airplane before. Hundreds of kids have had rides. Planes from Woodlake would come over and help us, and we in turn would go to Woodlake and help them with their Young Eagle flights. And they also do Flight for Food, where we would collect and donate approximately 1,200 pounds of food to their food bank. Each pilot donates their time, the wear and tear on their plane, fuel, which can cost anywhere from $125 to $200 just for the day. We've had events, especially for special needs kids, and days that we've dedicated to the aviation pathway kids from the Porterville Military Academy. We've heard someone say, it's time for you to pay your fair share. I believe, in fact, we pay our fair share with our lease and giving back to the town. We pay 39 cents a square foot for our land lease. We own our hangar. We own everything inside the hangar, but we lease the ground. And that said that, like Woodlake paid 69 cents, they pay 20 cents a square foot. That is false. That's just one of the many things that was false. And we already paid the highest amount in our area. And by doubling like proposed, it would push many away. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rea.
Hello, my name is Bristol French.
Hold the mic down there you go.
Hello, my name is Bristol French. I'm 12 years old, and I've been coming to the Porterville Airport my whole life. I know this place is like a home, and we are all like family. I have a question. What about all the money people have spent on their hangars? My papa and Grammy have worked hard for their hangar. Why take away something that we all love? Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. French. Is there anyone else? This is the time to come forward during the public comments.
For the record, my name is Mike Quadiker. It's 28947 Highway 190, Porterville. I have hangars out at the airport, and I've had them for a long time. The rates do go up. We just barely got this on Friday, and we've been hustling up. I made my own personal phone calls to other airports as far as what their land leases would be. Just if I went there and wanted to build a hangar, how much would I get the ground for? And they said, like I said, it's anywhere from Tehachapi 7 cents, to Bakersfield, BFL, where they fly airlines out of, they're 30 cents, municipal's 21 cents, and they said they'd love to have somebody come and build. So they're already a lot cheaper there than what we're paying. And to go to 80 cents, nobody's ever going to come in and develop the rest of the ground that you guys have already spent the money on to put the taxiways in and all the infrastructure's there. It needs to be to get the people in there and get the thing to grow. There's some other stuff in there. The rates have gone up. They go up every year by the CPI. We pay some good money for it by, some people don't think we do, but we do. We need to table this and just kind of put it off to the side so we all can sit down and go over how they came up with $1 on the high side. I've never found anybody that's $1 within our scope of 60 miles or wherever they took their deal from. And everything I found is way lower than what we're paying. So if they could explain that, but the 80 cents is not going to work. And if we could, like I said, table it, put it off to the side, everybody can sit down, we'd get our own airport commission to talk with you guys back and forth and make it fair for everybody. We don't mind paying what all the other airports are paying. We'll be more than, we're not wanting a super deal. We're just wanting to pay fair and equitable, which actually says in the FAA regulations, it has to be fair, equitable across the board to all the airports in the area. You can't come in and just and blow it out of the water. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Quadiker.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Martin, and I'm a resident of Porterville. I have been for the last 24 years. I have a vested interest in this topic tonight because my husband and his family own a hangar and have for about 20 years at the Porterville Airport. Last Thursday, as everyone was prepping for their holiday weekends to come and Valentine's Day, we received a friendly phone call that we needed to look online for the site for the city. And that's where we were informed about this meeting and this topic tonight. Vested owners, renters, leasees over at the airport had absolutely no indication whatsoever by any of the city officials letting us know of said meeting and agenda or any proposed changes. We met together, and then coincidentally, we ended up all receiving letters subsequently on either the 14th, 15th, or today for said meeting that were drafted by Mr. Tree on the 11th of February and postmarked on that day, but obviously not received until now. Given that these proposed changes are in such great magnitude of indifferences from the current leases and understanding that everyone has, we ask that you table this, if not completely disregard all of the information. We ask that you table this. We also ask that if you do table this discussion today, that you establish a date that it would be revisited and that we are notified with proper time and whatnot to be able to respond and come and voice our opinions and whatnot. In addition to what some things that Mr. Tree had said, he developed this, he was given this information and this project to do, and he went in and he did it. However, I don't believe any consulting that was done outside of the consulting group that was paid for the appraisal. What should have been done and what could have been done and been well received by us, as I speak of the community at the airport, is someone to come and actually speak and get our feedback. So we didn't receive that, but what we would like to do is form a committee to be able to give proper understanding, be a formed opinion, and maybe even be able to apprise Mr. Tree and the city of what should and how it should be conducted, because I echo all the sentiments of my community members here, and the increase is too substantial for our area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Is there anyone else? Please come forward at this time.
Good evening, council, staff, stakeholders. Chris Shaw, 738 Melinda Avenue, Porterville, California. My wife and I are, bear with me here. My wife and I are the sole proprietors of Del Air, which is an aviation maintenance facility, FBO, out at the Porterville Airport. And all my sentiments for everything that everybody else has been saying is the same thing, a shock. The rate, the lease rate, what is the demand? Look at the activity level of operations out there currently. Occupancy rate, occupancy type, the usage. What is the demand for the rate at the Porterville Airport when less than 1/3 is aviation use? I'm talking from a business side. Ms. Doyle is talking in behalf of Mrs. Simons, who's a FBO of business, so I hope that makes sense. The draft for the master lease agreement, this is a good place to start, but this draft and the supporting documents are one-sided. We've heard about revision, we've heard of reversion, we've heard about taking the property back. There's no consideration to the type of operation in this draft, whether it's what type of operation? Yeah, there's a box available to check for individuals, if you're an individual or a business, but that's it. The contents do not differentiate. I bring in airplanes. I don't own those airplanes. I'm to have insurance on those airplanes in my hangar? It doesn't work. This is a take. The resolution tonight, I wish it to be shelved or asked to be shelved. It has all the earmarks of a take. This past week has been rough. My wife and I purchased this business from the previous owners that had been here since 1980. And if we hadn't have purchased it, it probably would have closed, and then Aero Falcon would be there, and then they're gone now. You would have nothing. This is our income, this is our livelihood, and it's not fair. This is a take, and it's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Hello, my name is Addison French. I'm a part of the aviation program at Porterville Military Academy. I'm also the granddaughter of Scott Rea and Elizabeth Rea. I've grown up around the airport and have been around airplanes since I was about 3 years old. The airport has played a huge role in my life, giving me unique experiences, helping me learn valuable skills, and shaping my future aspirations. I believe the current plans for the airport are not benefiting the people who are truly a part of it. Instead, they are negatively impacting them, especially by increasing costs, making it harder for those involved to sustain themselves financially. From a business standpoint, raising prices will drive away customers rather than support growth. Instead of pushing people out, we should focus on bringing new opportunities to the airport, creating more reasons for people to engage with it. By investing in improvements that attract more interest and participation, we can generate more income without alienating those who already contribute to its success. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. French.
Miles Elliott, 1267 Patsy Street. Thanks for your time. Private fixed-wing pilot, commercial helicopter pilot, own both aircraft, and some of the concerns of the new lease are things of lessees having to own more than 51% of an aircraft is a little bit too much, as the AOPA, which is an Aircraft Owner and Pilot Association, has flying clubs, and there's 86 of them in California, to where it can be from, like, Santa Maria has 65 members that own 5 aircraft, And that would not be possible if this agreement goes through to where each leasee would have to own 51%. Also, the new lease requires aircraft insurance, but the FAA does not require any aircraft to have insurance. That's up to the discretion of the pilot or the owner of that aircraft. I think this is an overreach from what the city is looking to do. It should be tabled for another date. I believe that there should be, hopefully from the council, that a committee with the airport could work with the city to go through some of this stuff and change it. There's a lot of stuff in Chapter 4, which is a bunch of the city airport requirements that I believe overstep the FAA and should not be in there. I think that's what the airport community could help with the city of changing. That's a liability, I believe, on the city if they continue keeping a lot of the Chapter 4 stuff that's in there. That's basically my recommendation, and I believe they should be tabled. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Is there anyone else?
Hello, my name's Steve Page, 2455 West Whitechapel Avenues here in the city of Porterville. I'm asking that this also be tabled, and I'm going to go a different route with it because I've worked with kids my whole life. Little League, I've been a part of this community for a very long time. And the kids from the military academy that were here, out of the, I think there were 6 of them here, 5 of them are all in the aviation program. Fred Donkey is amazing, and it's a wonderful asset that we have in this community to get kids involved in aviation. You know, aviation is one of those things that's so expensive. From plane ownership in itself is expensive. Then you want to increase rates and stuff like that and make it even harder. We're losing pilots. You know, the younger generation is not, because of the expense, is not getting into aviation. With the military academy that we have, you know, we've had those kids out there a ton of times. They've all been flying. They all have a little love for aviation. They want to continue. They've got a great program. If you guys haven't been over there, you really should go over there and check it out. Their aviation program is brilliant. We offer scholarships. I'm the vice president of the EAA here in the local chapter. We provide scholarships for kids that are interested in obtaining their pilot's license. Haley Shaw that came up here, she's one of those recipients that received it, and she's very close to getting her private pilot's license at 16 years old. So to run people out of the airport, which is what's going to happen, the general aviation part of it, you're going to run those people out and nobody's going to be able to come in here. I would love to see the airport grow. I would. I'd like to see avionics shops come here. I'd like to see a prop shop come here. Stuff that, you know, would attract people here, but they're not going to pay those kind of rates to bring a business from LA up to here, thinking they're going to get a deal when we're paying the same rates that they're paying in LA, you know? And I think a lot of these quotes, whoever you guys paid to do that, I don't think they're very accurate quotes. And I just like to leave with that. Kids are important. They're our future. Like you said earlier, when one of the kids came up, that's our future. They are our future, you know? And the airport, for a lot of those kids, the Young Eagles events we have, we probably fly, and probably 50 kids every time we host one of those. And every one of those kids come back, you know, either they come back sick and they don't like it, or they loved it and they want it and they get it in their blood. And with the school being there having an avionics program, it's a great asset for the city of Porterville. You know, and I very much support you guys. I love this council we have now, and I very much support you guys. And I just hope that you guys take in consideration and table this for a further event. So maybe we can get an airport council together and discuss issues and problems and how we can better the airport. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Page. Is there anyone else?
Hello, I'm Scott Rea, 1935 North Beverly Street. I'm a local pilot. My wife and I purchased our plane and made Porterville our home airport. We bought a hangar here, and I love the airport family out there. It's incredible. But since this new hike, it's got me freaked out. I'm not gonna lie. I've checked Visalia, and they're 39 cents a square foot. In the report, it states Wood Lake is 69 cents a square foot. They're not even accepting leases right now. I've checked in Hanford, they're 39 cents a square foot. And I don't know how they came up with this 80 cents a square foot. It's crazy. Make us the highest airport around. And, you know, my family goes out there. My daughter wants to learn to fly. My granddaughter, who was up here a little while ago, has an interest who wants to learn to fly and go into the Air Force. And, you know, and it's going to close stuff like that down for them. And I also seen in your guys' report where, and I thought this was crazy, 30,000 annual flights out of Tulare. I pulled it up on FlightAware, and there's only 1,000 flights a year out of that airport. The biggest day of the year was during the farm equipment show, and there was 30 flights. So I just think it's all extremely inflated, and I thank you for your time and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rea. Is there anyone else?
Hi, my name is Jessica French. My address is 1914 North Beverly Street. I wanted to take some time to speak as the airport is so important to all of us. My father has wanted to be a pilot his entire life. When I came along, he put his dream aside to be a father, as becoming a pilot is expensive, so it was put on hold. My great-grandfather flew in World War II and ran Tolinos Airport. My great-grandmother was a pilot. My grandfather flew in the Korean War and owned a crop dusting business. He even built a runway right out his back door. Aviation has always been a part of our lives. Growing up, my dad took us to air shows all over. We went to see Chuck Yeager break the sound barrier at Edwards Air Force Base. We met Tiger DeStefani, a famous pilot. We went anywhere we could watch the Blue Angels. And we went to Nellis Air Force Base to watch the Thunderbirds. He took us anywhere we could watch planes. My father used to take us to the air shows and hot air balloon shows at our airport. When the air show stopped, this airport started to lose its life. These men and women brought it back to life. This airport was just an airport at that point. My dad became a pilot, and that quickly became our home. We have spent many hours and days there. Everyone out there has quickly become our family. We spend all our time together and aspire to make the airport a better place. These pilots have spent time letting the public come see the planes and learn about them, with the hopes of a younger generation loving aviation as much as we all do. My daughter's been learning to fly since she was 5. My son and daughter took their second birthday pictures with airplanes because they love them. These pilots have supplied water, cookies, lunches to the pilots of the fire planes, invited the students from the military academy out every month to join the EAA meetings and luncheons to involve them. These pilots go on their weekends to do the Young Eagles with children in our town and spend their weekends assisting Wood Lake in their Young Eagles flights because everything to them is about getting the public and children involved. Taking away their hangars that were bought and owned by them so they could be rented back would not be beneficial. Many will leave because their home will no longer feel like a home. Things will change and not for the better. There are many things in this new lease agreement and appraisal report that are not true and should not be in there. If you haven't had a chance to read the whole thing word for word, I ask that you don't vote on this until you have and understand it clearly. I would ask that for anything that goes across your desk. This is our livelihood, and just reading the bold title isn't good enough. The fine print needs to be read too. This is important and needs to be thoroughly read. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. French. Is there anyone else?
Hello, my name is Nokeria Rios. I'm born and raised in Porterville. I'm speaking on behalf of my daughter, Emily Woodstra Rios, who is a cadet first class at Porterville Military Academy. She's also a senior airman for Civil Air Patrol, and she's also a member of the EAA. I'm her voice right now. Her background falls on me. I'm probably the lower class in this whole place. I do not have the money for a hangar. I do not have the money for an airplane. My daughter's learning. She wants to become a pilot in the Air Force. She is getting that benefit, luckily, through Donkey at Porterville Military Academy, also through the EAA. Right now, she is here in uniform due to the fact that she is supposed to be at Civil Air Patrol right now, who is holding a meeting. They hold their meetings every week. She gets to learn about airplanes there. She gets to learn stuff there. She gets to learn how to be in the Air Force there, as well as Porterville Military Academy. For her to get any flight, she has to go to Bakersfield or, like how they said, Wood Lake, Fresno. She doesn't get to do that here. I can't afford to teach my daughter that, and these people here are the ones that teach my daughter that. Our fear is, I understand, and I understand both ways, because to build something and make it better and make it for the community and a beautiful place, we have to put money into it. But putting too much money into something takes away from the people that are willing to teach us the lower class, on how to learn that stuff. My daughter isn't gonna get to where she needs to be if these people aren't here to help support her. And I can't do it. So I'm in a rough patch because I know to build something beautiful, we have to put money into it. But to keep beautiful people, to make it a beautiful place, we have to come to a conclusion on how we can help them as well, make it a place that people like my daughter, who wasn't born and raised around it, who I myself was born and raised here in Porterville and did not even know we had an airport, found a passion for something I couldn't help her with. I cannot help my daughter with. These people can, and there is a whole back row back there, I can see so many faces that are helping my daughter and have hangers. Thank you for your guys' time.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Rios, thank you. Is there anyone else?
Good evening, my name is Daniel Lovato. I reside at 34750 Bogart Drive, Springville, California. I got to go to an air show when I was a kid, and my uncle took me up in a biplane, and I always thought it'd be the coolest thing to be able to take my own family one day up in a plane. Lost sight of that up until I started working out at the tanker base with CAL FIRE in 2016. I found a flight instructor, and long story short, I was able to get my pilot certificates, single engine fixed wing. I was able to take my kids up in a plane. It's been amazing. I've been there now for 7 years renting a hangar. My wife and I, we own a small Cessna. Since I've been being out there, I haven't seen anything really change. I know the rates have been slowly going up, CPI and such, and I know there's this new proposal. I haven't seen what it actually is going to benefit to the people paying it. I'm also here just to say that I'd like this shoot rescinded, but I'd settle it for being tabled. That's really all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daniel. If there's anyone else, this is the time to come forward. I'm not, oh.
Hi, my name's Ernie Rodriguez. My address 2111 West Orange Avenue in Porterville. Back in 2010, I worked for the U.S. Forest Service out at the tanker base. I did that for 2 years. Got into school and working for the education portion of it. I've been a part of the airport for a long time from that point on. My father-in-law, his dad owned a hangar there. When he passed away, it got passed on to the whole family. My son's 7 years old. Since he was a baby, he's been out there. Got to see the fire planes since I worked out there, to watching them land and take off every day during the summer. My daughter's going to be 3 pretty soon. She's been out there. When we're out there, Mike Quadiker, every time he goes up in a plane, my son and my daughter's like, oh, there's Mike. It's just a big part of what they like, and I'm hoping eventually we could get to that point where he could get his pilot license and be able to fly someday. I just hope that you guys reconsider the proposal and everything else, and yeah, for our community airport.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Is there anyone else? Okay, Fernando, is there anyone online?
Yes, Your Honor. It looks like we have one individual wishing to speak.
Go ahead and bring him in, sir.
One moment.
Hello, my name is Betty Jo Simons, 22. I can hear you first. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can, Betty.
Okay, so my address 2210 South Black Speedway, Meridian, Idaho. I am the owner of Aero Falcon Exporters. And first I want to thank all the community members and second everyone's suggestions. Wow, you guys are great. I lease lots 9 and 10 out at the airport. Aero Falcon has leased the property for 44 years. We provided service, repairs, sales of aircraft. Our business was in full operation until my husband's passing in September of 21. Since December of 23, I have been requesting a renewal of my master lease for Lot 9. My master lease for 9 expired in September of 24. I want to address the confusion pertaining to the newly proposed master lease agreement and the short time we had to review the documents. I want to ask the council members if they fully understand the major differences in the new lease compared to prior lease agreements. These 2 sections, among others, are devastating. Section 5, that requires major hangar owners to own an aircraft. We operated for 44 years without owning an aircraft, and now I couldn't afford one. And Section 5F3, which includes the loss of ownership of hangars at the conclusion of the lease without compensation. This seems like robbery. In September 24, I listed my hangars for sale. Within 1 week, I received 2 bona fide purchase orders, one for both hangars and another offer for Lot 9 alone. But I could not complete the sale without master lease agreement of Lot 9. I have been a loyal customer of the local aeronautical community for over 44 years. Now I find myself held hostage. I do not meet the new lease agreement criteria, which will prevent me from selling my hangars, causing me distress in the future. If the city wishes to purchase the hangars from me, make a fair market value offer and let's be done. My hope is that I can sell the hangars, close the business, enjoy my retirement. I appreciate all of your consideration in these matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Betty. And that was it, Fernando?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we will close the public hearing at 8:04 and bring it back to the council. You know, as I listen to our community, this community, the airport community, you are the spirit of the all-American city. We call Porterville our community. And I personally, just saying to you guys, I do not want to be a part of killing the spirit of the airport. I really favor some of these ideas with, one, a committee. You know, I'm surprised there hasn't been a committee formed already, and also trying to work on things like bringing an air show and having council and staff working with some of these members of our community. And then also, I do support the idea of tabling this discussion to a future meeting that would be established with a timely notice. But I am not a dictator, so I have to turn it to my colleagues. So we'll bring it to you guys. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
I didn't want to go first. Mr. Shaw, I saw your notebook when you came up. Mine looks very similar to yours. I have a lot of questions. There's a lot of information to go through. Yeah, we spent a lot of time already with the community's discussion on this matter, and speaking with staff and Director Knight Tree. This isn't like there's not a deadline. We need to make this decision quickly. I think I appreciate the community's understanding that there is an investment that needs to be made at the airport, but we'll see, we can make some consensus as far as how that's going to be done. And as to Mayor's point of maybe forming an ad hoc committee specific to this, maybe not a long-term, but addressing this issue. This is very specialized, just like water or anything else that we deal with. This is very specialized information to understand FAA regulations and the needs in the aeronautical community, which it's a foreign language to me. So I'm of the same sentiment of possibly forming an ad hoc committee if the organizations out there, the individuals are able to put a commission together. That would be my understanding, just to get a better understanding of how to unfold this. This sounds like there were some discrepancies on some of the rates and where those came from. It'd be great to get some clarification. I understand there's an individual online with us. I don't know if all those can be answered now. That might take another hour or two. So I'm not sure if this is something that I'm in favor of tabling for now, but also with the direction of forming an ad hoc committee to work with the aviation community. The ultimate goal is bring us into regulations with FAA guidelines so that we are in compliance to receive grants. Hearing about this future for these pilots, especially with the PMA program, I work right next door in the student nutrition department. I look forward to, I've seen their simulator, their classroom, it's awesome. But to see the enthusiasm in the youth, I think it's worth that investment. It's just how do we get there? And so just thank you all the community members who came in here and spoke in front of this microphone. I know it's not easy to do that, so thank you for that. And that would just be my recommendation, as your sentiment was, Mayor, is to table it, but also form a committee.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. And I, just from my position, I'm thinking of a formal committee, something that's long going, not an ad hoc committee. I just wanted to clarify that. You know, we heard the comments of our airport being a crown jewel, and so there needs to be investments, and time is an investment as well. And so over time, bringing the city and this community together and working together and not maybe being side-busted or caught off guard by certain things, this will form a communication link that will better this community in the long run. I'll pass it, Vice Mayor.
Well, it's great to hear from everybody in the community. And it was interesting, got guys from Del Air here. My dad worked for Del Air back in the 80s when he got laid off at Hiller Aviation. I was a brat out at the airport. I used to go to the Moonlight Fly, and I met Pappy Bollington on the tarmac. And that was Robert Conrad in the movie, right? Or in the series that was on TV. It was a wonderful time. It's a wonderful group of people. It's great to see you guys here tonight. I had a wonderful conversation with Colonel yesterday, and we talked about some of these things in depth. And it's great to have you here and leading that conversation and leading off today with a great sentiment about the spirit of our community. And I have a lot of questions, Mr. Mayor, if you'd indulge me.
Yes, yes. Are you wanting to bring the consultant on?
Not necessarily.
Questions towards staff or
I have
maybe
a
the
question
public?
for staff.
Okay.
So, this is a real basic question, Director Tree. We received, we submitted a grant request to fix the lights and extend the runway at the airport recently, did we not?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Our airport improvement plan, when did we submit it, or can you clarify?
Yeah, can you go back, I mean, when was it, last year, last summer, 2 years ago?
We submitted on an annual basis. I believe we submitted our initial draft in November.
So the initial draft, when did we ask to extend the runway? When was the first time we asked to extend the runway?
I believe it has been previously on our airport improvement plan, so my guess is a couple years ago.
Okay, so did we receive any grant money from the federal government?
We have, yes.
We have, right? And we do every year.
Yes.
Is the condition of the money that are we at risk of losing the money if we make no change tonight?
In regards to the fair market value of lease and rates, there is local discretion. So if there's no decision to make, I don't feel like there will be any issues with that, with the FAA. In regards to the lease agreements, there is some compliance there. I think that can be addressed if it was brought up to the FAA that our lease agreements were out of compliance. We would have time to bring those into compliance.
In your opinion, has the city done a good job of bringing us into compliance over the last year?
Well, I've taken on the responsibility 10 months ago. I think that we have a new staff that embraces the airport. They want to be a part of improving it. I think they work really hard at what they do. We've addressed some areas such as security, where the gates are closed and the main gate is closed. So that was a concern that was brought up by a tenant, and we addressed that. I think they've done a nice job at the park, trimming the trees and getting the irrigation fixed. And so I think we've done a good job.
That's a partnership, right?
Yes.
That's not just the city, right? This group of people out here does a lot of that work, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm hearing in the comments tonight that we have a number of leases, a number of issues that have not been addressed, ignored. This is a problem. This is a big problem. And it's on your lap, Mr. Tree. I want to ask you this question. We got some lease money for lights, is that correct?
That's the federal.
So we got some money for lights, is that correct?
So that is a project that is identified as our first project in our airport improvement plan for this coming year, is to do major improvements to the airport lighting.
And that was federal?
Yes, so it's a federal investment. There's also investment from the state, Caltrans, who's provides the city the license to operate the airport, and then there's a local match.
So they denied the extension of the runway, is that correct?
They recommended that it not be on our airport improvement plan at this time, and to bring it back with further information to support the runway extension.
Is this thrust by the city to get that grant money? Ignoring the locals? What is the thrust? What is the reason we're doing this? You had an introduction, you said we want to update things. Why are we doing this right now?
Well, I think first and foremost, the FAA says that for airports, they do need to complete a market analysis on a regular basis. And they define that by every 4 or 5 years to ensure that the rates and leases that are set are based on the market conditions. So I think first and foremost is that's their guidance, is that we need to do this on a periodic basis. It has a periodical basis, and an actual appraisal on the airport, I think, is what we defined as it hasn't happened in over 20 years.
20 years. So this is some sort of a catch-up program?
It's for us to start the process to be aligned with the FAA and conduct that market analysis and present it to the council.
But we already received a federal grant from the FAA without changing any of the lease or any of this that's before us tonight.
That is correct.
If we do nothing, most of this is all still in compliance. Is that a true statement?
I would agree with that.
So any changes that we make don't have to be nearly as comprehensive as what is proposed here today. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we have a lot of work to do. This is a mess. What I heard from the people of our city is that they didn't get notified. They didn't get a chance to look this over. I have the same reaction. And I asked for information many times, and it took me a long time to get information from the staff. I had a meeting with the staff this week. And I'm going to have some comments and other matters about that too, because you can't thrust this piece of crap on everybody like this and expect us to just pass it without knowing what it is.
If I can say something.
Yes, Mr. Rivas, go ahead.
We need to go back to the drawing board. This is not acceptable. I am not going to approve this. This is, by all means, you need a lot of work to do, and we need to communicate with these people. And we need to get together because that's their livelihood. They are our citizens, they are our stakeholders, and they are the ones that are really supporting that airport. So we need to get together, you do, and them, and figure something out, because I'm not going to vote on something that I just got a few days ago, and then expect me to read everything. I'm not going to do it. So with that, I'll leave that with you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. Councilman Green.
Here.
Turn your mic on. There you go.
These are new.
Pull it. There you go.
I don't know how to operate these things. Hey, Mr. Rivas, I couldn't agree more. This needs to be restarted. This thing needs to go in the round file trash can and put a match on it.
Okay.
And we will start it again.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
I have another question, Mr. Mayor, if you'll indulge me.
Yes.
Mr. Tree, were you coerced to put this forward in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir.
This is of your own accord.
As the airport manager, my job is to ensure that this city airport complies with FAA regulations. And so based on that, the FAA says you need to provide a market analysis, you need to conduct a market analysis every 4 to 5 years. I've done that. They also said that your lease agreements need to be in compliance, and we drafted those. Now, obviously, we have some work to do, and I admit that we do. But I am looking out for the best interests of not only the airport community, but also the city as airport manager.
I have one more question, if you'll indulge me. You know, when pilots come here, and they used to come here a lot, they don't come here anymore, not like they used to. They got to do flight planning. They got to make all of their adjustments to what their plans are, and they got to get it adjusted with the FAA. Where do they do that at the airport today?
Well, there is an airport lounge existing. It's actually shrunk over time. There was a project to bring compliance to the bathroom, making it one bathroom ADA accessible, so that reduced the size of the airport lounge. They also can come to the airport office as well, but
It's very limited, right? It's very limited. It's not like what it used to be. That will draw people here if we have some good facilities there. And I think if there's any discussion about increases of rates, we're going to have to produce services that are commensurate with that. And so as we go back to the drawing board, which I think is where we're headed, I would like to look at how we make this a destination and get the Moonlight Fly-In 2.0 going again and start bringing people from all over the western United States and all over the United States that used to come here back here and return that spirit that I remember as a child of a community that got together and celebrated flying and kids and learning and all the things that come with aviation. These are smart people that can do this. This is a very unique community, and we're not going to lose it over this. So if we come back, we got to come back with something big. And I would propose that even without raising the rates, that we bring a pilot lounge for safety reasons, and we bring some security to this airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCurvey. Just to clarify some of these questions and talking about the federal funds that we've already accepted before this lease agreement or any of these increases, just from what Ed's talking about, we don't need to do this to continue to get the grant funds. Is that is there an answer for that question?
Well, much like your public transportation system that receives federal funding from the Department of Transportation, there are audits that are conducted where the Transportation Department has just begun its triennial review, which they review our policies, they review our projects or procurements. They spend an entire week to ensure that we are complying with their requirements. If we fail to comply with their requirements, they will identify deficiencies. If we fail to correct those deficiencies, then it becomes even a stronger audit to a point that they can withhold funds. The city has never had an audit from the FAA, to my knowledge, and maybe they have in the past, but I'm not sure. But there are grant assurances, which I listed earlier in the staff report. There's 39 grant assurances. I believe there's an opportunity for an audit from the FAA. Again, we haven't had one, but I just want to make sure that the city is positioned in the event that they do have an audit. No federal funds are withheld from the city to make improvements to the airport.
I personally am thinking, let's wait for the audit.
Well, we're playing catch up, but I got to ask another question. In our master plan, we're extending the runway.
It is listed in our airport layout plan, and it has been identified in our airport capital improvement plan. It currently, by the guidance of the FAA, has now been removed, and they've asked us to focus on other projects, such as improving the lighting. After that project, we will be rehabilitating the runway. After that project, we're going to do an airport layout plan update with a narrative, which will then position, and in the meantime, we're adding GPS so that we can track the number of operations that are happening at our airport, so that when we have the ability to discuss this project in the future with the FAA, we have a story to tell. That's the plan.
That's good. And let's crowdsource this by including our aviation community in those conversations as we move forward and catch up. And I would just ask you, I think, what's the statistic? Meadows Field Airport is actually the longest airstrip in California. They used to do the bombing training there.
Fernando, keep going, Ed.
Well, what's the second longest airport in the South Valley? Do you know?
It would be Porterville, actually,
Right.
when it comes to general aviation.
I'm asking this question because we want to extend the runway. I'm trying to figure out why.
So
we got the longest runway around. We got a great airport. Why do we want to extend the runway? This is a question I have.
They want to bring in larger aircraft for the Forest Service, the VLAT, and increase the capabilities for fighting fire in our local.
Can we do it with the size of runway we have right now?
No.
We can't, so Porterville is uniquely positioned when it comes to responding to fires. We were a response center for the LA fires, and there was a request to bring in larger planes. I think there is an opportunity to expand and be able to have larger planes operate out of our airport if it was extended. Absolutely. The request has been made from...
Let's spell that out and see if the juice is worth the squeeze. How's that?
And to do that, we don't want to put it on the backs of the constituents of Porterville. That's, I think, what Mr. McCurvey is pushing across here. If we're going to be going for an expansion for the feds or CAL FIRE, then that should be on their backs, not the people's here. Is there any other comments from the council? Councilman Beltran? Green? No, ma'am. No, sir. Mr. Rivas? No. Mr. McCurvey? Okay, I'm ready to move forward with,
Excuse me, I just want to say thank you for everyone that came out to speak on this. I really appreciate it. That community that you guys hold out there is great. I praise you for being a strong community and coming out tonight for speaking on your behalf. I appreciate that.
Yeah, same here. I appreciate everybody coming out. You guys made a very strong argument. I appreciate it. Thanks for the support.
okay, I'm ready. Okay, let's go forward with the motion. And the motion is to table this item. And really, I want to table it indefinitely until we set up a committee to have the conversation between the people and city staff and some electeds on this committee representing the people as well. Now, that has to be done in other matters. That's not something we can make a motion on, right?
You can give direction to, just direction here, I think is sufficient, since it's already
Okay.
on the agenda.
So, then-
we can, direction to bring to, like a standing committee is what I heard, right? You want a standing
Yes,
committee?
I want a standing, not an ad hoc. Ad hoc ends, I want this to be a committee that
Right.
goes on for the future of Porterville and the airport.
Okay, and you wanted to, and I'm guessing the eligibility is those with interests, either leasehold interests or ownership interests out at the airport?
I'm thinking the president and vice president of is it the EAA? Is that correct? I'd like some representation from that group. It sounds like, if the military academy is involved, I think that would be great representation out there as well. And then, so what you're asking for is
But
how
we're
large of a
getting-
body?
We're getting framework so we can bring something back to try to save having to have another, multiple meetings on it.
I
But-
think at a minimum, we want 5 representatives from the airport, maybe open to 7.
5 to 7, okay.
And then 2 electeds.
2 elected.
You want to go with 7? Okay, so the motion will be for 7 community members from the airport, and maybe it's just that.
We're going to bring it back, so it doesn't need to be, I think
Okay.
really we don't even need a motion. You guys can just give direction and we'll bring an item back.
Okay, and then I'd like to table this indefinitely until
Got
we have an opportunity to meet with our community and make sure they're well represented.
Okay, so we'll bring back something like to an item for.
So we're just
setting
giving
up the
direction
committee.
right now. You guys good? I'm not the dictator. Are you guys good with this direction?
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
So there we go. We're going to table this until we set up a committee and we have the communication link that you guys are requesting. Okay? Okay, staff is good with that? We can move on? Okay, so we'll move on from public hearing number 11 and go into scheduled matters. Mr. Reitenhauer, scheduled matter number 12.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tonight, we have 6 scheduled matters. The first scheduled matter is the consideration of authorization to award contract for the Community Center and Park project, and I've asked Mr. Sanchez to provide the staff report.
All right, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Reinauer. Mayor and members of council, on January 16th, staff received 3 bids for the Community Center and Park project. This project includes the construction of a fully sprinklered 16,514 square foot community center with various amenities. The project will also develop a park on the property that includes a splash pad, challenge course, pump track, climbing boulder, and mini pitch area, playground, and connections of the newly refurbished Santa Fe Byway. The engineer's estimate of probable cost for the project was $18,247,577.70. The lowest bid presented by AMG and Associates of Santa Clarita is $16,875,000, which is $1,372,577.70 lower than our engineer's estimate. An additional $843,750 is necessary for construction contingency,
and $2,268,695 is required for construction management, surveying, quality control, and inspection services, totaling a $19,987,445, or so, let me repeat that, $19,987,445. Funding for this project is provided from a Proposition 68 grant in the amount of $6,432,000 for construction, American Rescue Plan Act funds in the amount of $4,266,673, Measure R Alternative Transportation funds in the amount of $900,000, and Measure I funds in the amount of $7,242,150. In additional appropriation of Measure I funds in the amount of $1,146,622 is necessary to fully fund the project. The needed appropriation of these Measure I funds is available in this fiscal year's budget, as two projects utilizing Measure I funding are delayed until next fiscal year. The bid listed are as follows: AMG at $16,875,000, Seals Construction $17,590,000, and Bow Contractors at $21,283,547. Staff has found the lowest responsive bid acceptable from AMG Associates. It's recommended that City Council award the Community Center and Park Project to AMG Associates of Santa Clarita in the amount of $16,875,000, to authorize progress payments up to 100% of the contract amount, authorize a 5% contingency to cover unforeseen costs, authorize an additional $2,268,695 for construction management and quality control and inspection services, and authorize an additional appropriation of Measure I funds in the amount of $1,146,622 to fully fund the project. Staff's available for any questions you may have.
Okay, bringing it back to the council. Thank you for the report, Mr. Sanchez. We'll go ahead and start with Councilman Rivas. You have any comment?
Not at this time. Let me get some facts real quick.
Okay.
Pass it back to you, Mayor.
Councilman Green, any comment?
Not at this moment.
Okay. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
I love this project. This is a great project. It's been coming for a long time, and the community portions of this project are just wonderful. I know we had a young man here talking about the library tonight, and I grew up at our library too, and I love the library. There were so many events at the library as a community center, and we're going to be putting in a $20 million community center for our kids, and it's coming. And that's a big part of what that library represents. So I hope you guys can have some patience out there in the audience, because we don't have the money to go out and buy a $40 million library. I would like to ask a couple of questions, if I would, Mr. Director Sanchez. I noticed that I pulled item 6. I think it's
item 8.
Item 8. I pulled item 8, so it might be an overlap. We might be able to knock these two out. The amount of money that we have for the AMG and Associates, it's 2.2 million, 2.268,695, is that the right number?
For construction management services, yes.
And it's
Yeah,
the
2.168.
It's the same number, or it's a different number? I think there might be a typo in there.
It is slightly different because the extra 100,000 in this construction item is for the staff's oversight of the construction management consultant and contractor.
Okay, so it's staff oversight. And this is where I want to ask a couple of questions. So this is all being, it's all grant funded, and the funding that you just described.
Do you want to hold your comments until we go into the scheduled matter for number 8? Because we're going to have to cover this.
Oh, okay. So since it is an overlap, we can hold off, and then I'll ask those questions then.
Is that the proper procedure, or can we just kill them both right now? I'm good with killing them both.
You can go ahead and ask questions if there's overlap. It's okay to go ahead and talk about it. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Kill
Sorry
two
about
birds
that.
with one stone. I like that.
Hey, let's do it.
All right, so no, here's just a basic question, because one of the things that I ran on and campaigned on to get elected to the city council was to do things that are local, right? This is sending money to a firm to do oversight, and there's $100,000 in there. Or is it the whole amount, $2 million for oversight?
No, so of the 2,268,695, the construction management contract is 2,168,695.
Okay.
And the remaining 100,000 is staff's oversight of that
Okay,
consultant.
just clarifying. Thank you very much, Director Sanchez. I just want to ask this question. Is this something that we could do in the city of Porterville? And we wouldn't have to outsource. Could we insource this $2 million?
A project of this magnitude, we wouldn't be staffed up to do so, and the specialized experience in some of the construction areas, we wouldn't have.
If we had $2 million, could we do that? Is that something that would just make the grant money go further if we had more staff? Or is that something that we would actually benefit from and pay our own staff, like this $100,000 difference?
And are you proposing that we use this money to hire staff to complete this project, the oversight?
Not this project. I just want to talk about this and say projects like this, if we can insource these projects and bring $2 million into our city and employ people in our city to get this job done, I'd like to see us do something like that. What do you think about that, Director Sanchez?
Well, projects like this are unique, so it's like almost a one-time event, every 10 years of something of this magnitude, so it's.
So we're not going to build a library for 10 years?
Well, I'm not saying that.
It's a project that we're planning to build things, so, I just want an honest opinion. Could we take something on like this?
It'd be difficult to.
And maybe not put it all on Mr. Sanchez. The acting city manager may have comments on this as well. Just trying to help, Vice Mayor. I'm not trying to stump you.
Just trying to get a feel for it.
Yeah.
So.
No, as Mr. Sanchez said, a lot of these projects are cyclical in nature. We will have one project that is coming up. But obviously, as the council is aware, this has taken some time to get to this point. And so we can evaluate to look at what it would be like to bring on some additional staff, what that cost would be, and the longevity of that in between projects of the magnitude, and then really what the budget would be able to hold on that as well. So as we look at this, of these projects, as Mr. Sanchez said, it's not every day that we do these projects. We are blessed that we have a lot of projects that we've been doing of late, and excited about that to get these projects completed. But historically, we've had projects every several years of the magnitude. To not have those specialized staff, for on the
It's a
daily
little
basis.
outside the scope of.
Correct, and also,
the department.
even if we did have staff, there is also included in this special testings and things of that nature that would have to be outsourced anyways, just.
Vice Mayor, and
That helps a lot. I'm spitballing here, but I want to look at ways that we can bring these things in-house and support these projects and take advantage of this grant money in a way that helps our city and keeps that money here.
I just to add, Vice Mayor, I believe the project, if we go forward with this tonight, we're looking at finished product in 2026.
That's correct. With 390 working days, it's looking like fall of 2026.
And so that's something that we'll be able to celebrate with the heritage of, our 250th anniversary of our country's history, and then 100 years of Porterville City Charter status. I think just to keep the project on track, the right move is going forward with what we have here, just personally. But I also love the idea of insourcing and using some of this grant funds to grow our industry here in Porterville. It's actually a pretty good idea. I just don't know what that looks like in the long run.
Thank you for indulging me. I appreciate that. I just wanted to ask those questions. I'm all for this project, and I'm ready to move on.
Okay, are there any other questions?
I have one question. Bear with me. In the future, is there any way we can hopefully just reach out to local community businesses instead of going so far outreach? Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of specialty construction people that can do the same work other than Santa Clarita and
Well, there's just to answer, the Visalia company is here, but they're $700,000 more than the lowest bid. So that's why we're going with
No, I
that.
understand that. I get it. I appreciate that for clarifying that. It's just, I like to see more us reach out to local businesses instead of hopefully in the future going so far south and so far north. Because I know there's a lot of specialty constructions near Fresno in areas like that. So I'm just saying, reach out to them, encourage them to participate, and hopefully with an open arm, maybe they can come back and start bidding for projects like this instead of going so far south and so far north.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. I haven't given Councilman Beltran an opportunity to speak. If we could go to Mr. Beltran.
I was just going to make the motion, so I'll wait, Mr. Green, if you have any comments.
Beautiful.
At this time, no comment.
Councilman Rivas? Vice Mayor McCurby? Okay, I'm open to your motion, Councilman Beltran.
So I'll just make the motion to go with staff recommendations 1 through 5.
Okay.
And I
Can we just,
Clarification, we're on number 12, correct?
yeah, can we just add 8 in right now since we?
We're going to take I'd like to do 2 separate motions since it's
Okay.
2 separate actions, but
All right.
we can definitely do that right after we do number 12.
I second that motion for number 12, Councilman Beltran.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 13.
You can go ahead and do number 8 if you'd like to go ahead
Okay.
and take it.
I think we're done with the discussion on number 8. I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
And I second that motion.
Okay, call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, so that's, let me find my notes here. Okay, City Manager Ridenhour, schedule matter 13.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tonight we'll be providing a staff report in regards to the consideration of appointment of City Council representatives to the Downtown Porterville Committee. At its meeting on February the 4th, 2025, the City Council adopted Resolution 15-2025 establishing the Downtown Porterville Committee. The committee is comprised of 7 members, including 2 city council members and 5 public members. With the establishment of the Downtown Porterville Committee, there are now 2 vacant councilman positions available for appointment. I'd just like to note also that staff recently put out the advertisement for the committee, and so we've put it on social media as well as on the website, and then the community development staff will be sending it out to all the email addresses that they have for Main Street.
Has there been any reach out or communication back?
Mrs. Martin at the Porterville Chamber of Commerce has reached out.
Okay.
Javi, Fernando has one as well.
Yes, we also have an additional request that came in actually this evening from Mr. Saleh, Taha Saleh.
Oh, nice, Taha. And this is going to fly longer?
Correct. And so currently we have it open through the 26th of March, and then we'll bring an item. If at that time there isn't sufficient applications, we will then, we can bring it before the council, but then reopen it as well until those are filled.
Okay.
But we wanted to have an ability to put a timeline on that, to then bring it to the council for appointment, so the committee can get started.
Awesome. Thank you, Jason.
So staff's recommendation tonight is that the city council consider appointing 2 council members to serve on the Downtown Porterville Committee.
Okay, well, bringing it back to the council, this is something that I made a motion for to go forward with, so I will volunteer to be a part of this committee. Is there anyone else that's interested?
I'm interested.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ed, go ahead.
No, this is the process, so.
Want to talk?
Yeah, we,
Yeah, I was just going to say I would join.
We can only get 2, so it's you or me.
look, Rochambeau. Look, here, I serve on plenty of committees. I don't mind taking a step back and letting you guys champion this issue. I know that you both have the heart for downtown community and that being the heart of our city, so I don't mind sitting back and.
I wanted to see paper, cut, scissors. That's what I wanted to see, but I guess we're not going to have that.
Stan's going for the win. Okay, so is there anyone else that's interested? Okay, do we need a vote on this? Okay, I'll motion that Councilman Green and Vice Mayor McCurvey be the committee members.
I'll second.
Okay, call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 14. Mr. Reidenhauer.
New microphones up, I apologize. It's all right. Thank you, Your Honor. The item number 14 tonight is proposed budget calendar for fiscal year 25-26 and the scheduling of priority projects study session. Section 51 of the city charter requires a submission no later than 30 days prior to the end of the fiscal year of an estimate of expenditures and revenues to city departments for the ensuing fiscal year. For the council's consideration, staff has attached a proposed budget calendar for the preparation and submission of the city's annual budget for the next fiscal year. In conjunction with preparation of the budget, staff proposes the council schedule a priority projects study session. A special meeting is able to be scheduled in early April, or if the council's desire, staff can schedule that with a regular city council meeting.
I think this is a special meeting requirement, in my opinion. It sometimes goes long. I've got to do 2 now. And this is the opportunity to push our priorities as electeds in the community. So I'd like to have it as a special meeting on my end. Is there any comments from the rest of you?
I concur.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we have a special meeting in early April. Go ahead, Mr. Reidenhauer.
Do we need an actual date, or can we have flexibility?
I don't have a calendar in front of me.
You can work on coordinating.
Yeah,
it.
That works
if
for
you
me.
just set something, and then we'll check our availability.
Yeah.
And if you give us a couple dates, we'll make it work. Okay? So that's a motion.
You wait for,
No, we have a quorum. We're good.
I second.
Okay, call for the vote. 4-0 or 4 absentee. I don't know exactly how that goes down.
Abstain.
Abstain. He went to the bathroom. We're not going to the bathroom today. We're getting this done.
Yeah. Even though my back teeth are floating, let's get this done.
Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 4. Okay, I pulled this agenda item. It's for transit signs throughout the city. I want to, with my mayor's vision statement and pushing the all-American city that we are, and our city motto, which is above me now, in God we trust. I'd like to see this on our signs in Porterville. So page 41 of 82, if you could bring it up, Fernando. There's a sign of the Porterville transit sign. I would like it to be more Americana, maybe American flag. I know that it needs to, for ADA issues, it needs to be visible for what's that? Well, it's 41 out of the 82 on for agenda item number 4. I don't know if that helps. There you go. Now we're on track. So this is kind of what the sign has looked like and what our buses are representing now. We're doing the new bus wrap. I like our signs to match in that direction, and I also would like to add our city motto with the city logo on this transit sign and promoting the all-American city that we are. So that would be the change I want to make, or do we need to vote on this tonight, or do we just need to give direction?
So, yes, so staff is seeking authority to issue an RFP. And so that's what we're seeking tonight. When the staff comes, can bring an item back after the close of the RFP with that direction, if this is the direction, I think
the council can vote with a motion that provides direction on the
Okay.
design. Then we'll then include that in the RFP, it's a draft RFP. So the proposals can then include some of that design.
Even if we did like red, white, and blue colors and did, maybe you can bring a couple different designs to us, but having the city logo with our city motto, "In God We Trust." That's what I'd like to see going forward. So that would be my motion, that we go with staff recommendation with the consideration of the design change in the future. So that's my motion on the table.
I had a brief question on that. So the color scheme and different stuff, I like the idea. I'm just curious, at a glance, or if somebody's driving, how big certain fonts or images are going to be that people know that it's a transit stop, or?
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's I guess.
It'll say Porterville Transit. That'll be the greatest indicator.
Flag it for now, and then you guys can have that discussion when you.
So how big were the signs again?
I believe it's 13 by 18 inches.
Okay, so it's 13 by 18. It's smaller already. So it's something that you're not really driving by and seeing. It's more sitting at the bus stop, right? And
About the size of your notepad.
yeah, so it's just promoting the all-American city and taking that direction to celebrate 250 years of American history and 100 years of Porterville City Charter status, and promoting this all-American city. So that's kind of the vision that I've laid out already, and these are the kind of changes that I'd like to make with your guys' support.
Yeah, I really like the idea, and I like the idea we start talking about that 100-year anniversary of charter status and branding on that too. And I don't know if it goes on this, but I really want to keep that idea alive. So I'm all for this. Thank you for bringing this back, because I really want to support that. So if you want to make a motion, I'll second
I
it.
did make a motion. I'm waiting for a second.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, well, is there any other discussion?
No.
Call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to item number 6. Thank you, I'm all lost up here.
Okay.
Mr. McCurvey, go ahead.
I pulled this item. I talked with the interim city manager about this a little bit. It is a request for, let me just find it here, authorization to apply for a Cal Home grant, and we have this for $1 million currently in the agenda tonight, to request for $1 million, which we would have to spend within 2 years. I believe, even though we're going through some changes right now in our country, I believe we're going to be growing a little bit. So I would like to discuss with the staff and increase this. But I want to ask this council if you guys would support an increase here. I initially said $5 million, and the reason that I want to increase this is, and this is what I want to present to everybody, is affordable housing, the way that it's defined, it's different in every city. And I've noticed a pattern in my neighborhood, and it's not terrible, but the pattern is this, that when we build affordable housing in Porterville, people come from other areas of our state that have a lot of money, and they just buy those houses up. And so having a grant and having money in place, if we continue to build and have houses available, I would like to use that as a way to give our own residents the priority and the path to get that affordable housing. And this is a way to do that, because that money comes from our grant to our people. And that's what I just want to ask you guys how much we want to increase it. $1 million, in my opinion, is not enough.
Okay, so I agree with what you're talking about. It's like someone selling their house in San Francisco and then coming and buying in Porterville at a much cheaper rate, right? They sell their house for $1 million and then they get a house for $300,000 here in Porterville. So to them, that is low-income housing, but to us, it may not be for the income rates that we're at. So just back to staff, the California Department of Housing, or the authorization to apply for Cal Home grant, why don't we apply for more? Is there a reason that we're applying for $1 million?
Yes, and speaking with Ms. Calderon as well as I used to be in the Community Development Department,
we're seeking to apply for $1 million is we believe that we can expend that amount of funds in 2 years. If you don't expend the funds in a timely manner, HCD will claw back the funds, then it has a negative impact on your ability to get funds in the
It would
future.
get
This is a competitive grant. And so staff is willing to apply for whichever level that the council would like. And so with this project, what we do is we also include, we have CDBG funds that are also included in first-time homebuyer programs at the city. And so this is for individuals that meet the low to moderate income standard, which is 80% of income throughout the region. And so that changes by year. And so HCD sets that, or HUD sets that, as well as they set the maximum purchase price with that, and then also the limits. And I apologize, Ms. Calderon, can you please provide me with the maximum purchase price of what we're looking at today with HUD?
And my thought, could we hire out consultants on if we did go for more money and trying to be within the grant writings?
So currently it's 371.
371 is the maximum price? Thank you. Those over the years, HUD is often behind the 8 ball, or should you say, on the home prices because they wait for all the data to come in, so typically a couple of years behind. So in our experience, many times the amount of homes available in that market range, actually, Vice Mayor, you said is very correct, is being able to work with real estate agents, which the department has a good relationship with, presents at the realtor functions, as well as with lenders, to be able to work with the clients of the city of the first-time homebuyer program. Awesome is challenging because they would like, it's a much more timelier process in selling on the open market. But with that being said, staff is willing to apply for that. The risk is that this is a competitive grant. It makes you less competitive in the future if you're not able to expend it. We can look at partnering with nonprofit agencies on some of this, right, Ms. Calderon? We've looked at some partnerships in the past with self-help and other items. Right now, we actually do partner on the education side of this. So we partner with CSET on the education part. And so it is a partnership. Staff goes out and meets with the realtor associations as well and promotes to have the process be as timely as possible and to get out to as many people. So it's whatever the council's direction.
Okay, pulling it back to council. So where are you wanting to go with this, Vice Mayor?
Well, I was just going to see if we could bid on it. If, I initially thought 5 million, but knowing that we'll be in trouble if we ask for too much, maybe we should consider 1.5 or 2 million or something, just so that we're in a ballpark where we maybe can market to it and maybe get something out of it and not get penalized.
I question, it may be a dumb question, but with the new change in the federal administration and, you know, the new government agency of DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, and some of the cuts they're making on the federal level and HUD being of that, are there any concerns of some of this funding drying up?
There is, in speaking to colleagues throughout the region, I do know that there was some conversations potentially about CDBG funds being reduced. And so this could help augment some of that in those methods.
So that might be something you consider as well when asking for more, but I'm all for if you want to ask for 1 point.
We want to, so Cal Home is state. We combine it with CDBG, which is Fed. So
Gotcha.
that's just.
Okay, then let me reframe my question. With the 50 billion with a B deficit in the state of California and the Fed's cutting all over, do you still think there may be some funding drying up, cutbacks? it's probably still the same answer, right?
Well, I think there'll definitely be more competitiveness over the Cal Home funds potentially if CDBG is less, if there's less CDBG available to, so, I mean, it's really hard to know yet, I mean, to read the tea leaves, but I think it's, I mean, you're absolutely right. There's going to be fallout for sure. It's
So-
just, we're not sure exactly what yet.
And what Mr. Ridenhour, do you have a comment?
No, I was going to say, I just wanted to also make a note, through this program, so this is a loan program, I mean, it's a 0% interest, low interest loan program that is paid back, that makes it self-sufficient through the process when it works, the way it should work. These are all high-risk loans, just to mind you that. But through that, we do have grant funds, as well as program income. That's what we call it when the loans get paid back. So I think our current balance is about $1.4 million in the account. So just wanted to make sure you had all the information.
Thank you for that, Mr. Ridenhour. Just kind of getting some of that information, my thought or concern is to maybe stick where we're at, but if you're wanting to push for 1.5, I think I would support that as well. Not getting over our skis on this, but is there any, Councilman Beltran, any comments?
I'll try being closer on it. I think the only thing I'm looking at is, I like that it doesn't need a local match. It's free money, basically, so that obviously I could see why we would look to maximize the funds that we do get. My only concern is, I think the economy is going to be in a turnaround. I just don't know how quickly, because California isn't always in line with what the new federal administration is doing. So my concern is like the feds didn't change the interest rates. That's still going to affect the buyers in our area. And so I'd hate to hang out the city. I think 1.5, I think that would be closer in line with what we could try to get, especially if the economy changes closer to summer and we start to see some improvements. I just don't, is that something that city manager and Mrs. Calderon have experienced? Because you guys see those numbers on the first-time buyer classes and what those funds are drawn down to. Do you think 1.5, given the market right now with the rates still not lowering, that we could reach that goal?
I pulled some numbers. In the last 5 years, we've done about 1.1 million in loans.
In all 5 years, not?
Correct.
Okay.
And so typically, we only apply for $400,000 or $500,000. This year, Cal Home is making the minimum 1 million, which is already above what we're comfortable typically applying for because of the program income. And we're coming on to some 30-year loans that will mature in 2026, which will then trigger those payments to come in. So we're trying to be very conservative in our applying for these funds. We don't want to leave money on the table, so we always kind of do that analysis to figure out, do we qualify, and if we do, we want to apply, right? But how much, so that we don't get into that bind of, now we have money that we are giving back. So we kind of did that analysis, and even if the housing market does increase or stabilize, the number of loans that are coming in because of the individuals that are applying and their qualifications, they have to qualify for a first loan. And then we basically just help to cover the gap or down payment, part of their down payment or closing costs. So it's not a full loan, and it's to help people get into their first home. So it's maybe $100,000 that we do for every loan. So we're averaging about 3 loans per year. Right now, because of the market, before we used to do more, but right now, I would be, 1.5 might be too much. Just my.
So you're basically, we might be stretching it a little bit.
Yeah, even with the 1 million, but that's the minimum we can apply for. So we're just gonna have to really market our programs even more than we do now, really do an exerted effort to make sure that we can spend all these funds. I believe we can, but 1.5 might push us over.
Might be a little.
Yeah.
And possibly even look at, due to the interest rates, maybe we can evaluate the program itself and see if there's ways to make it more advantageous for our community due to the high interest rates and the limited ability to get a larger first?
Yeah, so right now, currently, we offer up to 35% of the purchase price in what we can offer. This CalHome allows for up to 40%, so we can push it a little bit higher and change our guidelines that way. But asking for more might put us at a very high risk.
So what's the cycle? Is it every 5 years, every 2 years, every year?
It depends on when the state does it, but we see every 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
And quick question, you said 3 per year?
Currently, that's the average.
On an average?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the market. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Calderon.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor, you pulled this an agenda item. Which direction you want to take this?
We can leave it as is. I was going to try to build it up now with all this information. Now I understand it better, and it'd be a risky move, even though I want to claw that money and try to promote the locals and the affordable housing. It's probably a risk that we don't want to take, all things considered. So thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the input. It really helped. I didn't understand it that well reading it the other day, so I appreciate that.
Okay, that sounded like a motion to go with staff recommendation. I'll second that. Is there any other comments?
No comment.
Okay, let's call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to AB 1234 reports. We'll start with the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency, or the ETGSA.
ETGSA.
Met February 5th. Mr. Green.
Yeah, it's all fun and games. Now we're going to talk water for just a moment. On the February 5th meeting, not really a lot, really 3 kind of main topics just to touch on. It's going to be brief. I've been kind of out of the water picture for 6, 7 years. A lot of things have changed. I'm playing catch up with the ETSGA, or GSA, excuse me. Basically, there's some issues trying to help out the dry land farm guys that are in white areas, which are areas that have no surface water delivery, not contracted for or don't have the infrastructure to get surface water. They're giving them some, because and it's all very complicated. They're getting some evapotranspiration credits for dry land farming as ground that's fallowed still has ET because it's rained. You got 10 inches of rain. There's still evapotranspiration rates coming out of the ground. Satellite picks it up. They were saying, oh, well, that looks like it's being farmed when it's not. So they're trying to, that was approved by the committee to help out the dry land and white area farmers. And then secondly was just kind of an update on the land subsidence management area, which probably a lot of people know is the subsidence of the Bryant Current Canal southwest of Porterville, like Road 208, 136, Teapot Dome South. And that the monitoring all that area, and the area that's really of concern is west of the Bryant Current Canal and what is deemed the Sausalito area. That, and then an overview of some organizational restructuring of the sub-basin level to satisfy state water board concerns. And there are many that we're going to have to satisfy the state water board with. It's all complicated. I will just say after our next meeting, I should have a little more detailed report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We'll move on to Local Initiatives Navigation Center Committee, Link Committee, met February 5th. Councilman Beltran.
Yes. So, yeah, we met on February 5th at 3 p.m. across the street in the Thurman Conference Room. The general, call to order, welcome introduction, minutes were approved. There was a small donation increase of $500 made by Pear Sweet, who also participated in the point in time survey. Item 5 was an update from the Porterville Navigation Center. That's the homeless shelter here in Porterville. Both the bridge and emergency beds were full. Those are 15 beds in each section. There was an extended hours of operation for the public showers and restroom facilities, open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. They were able to hire on an additional staff member to help with that. At that time, there was approximately 18 daily uses of the showers. One need that was requested by the Kingsview staff is if there's anyone out there that would like to donate deodorant, shampoo, body wash, some of those hygiene products, they're welcome to stop by the Navigation Center at 140 South C Street between 8 and 4 p.m. Or if they want to come by City Hall and the planning department, they can leave that there. We'll make sure that those donations get down to those in need. There was a point in time recap, and just a reminder, the point in time is the yearly counting of those experiencing homelessness throughout the state. Each team gave a brief summary. I believe there was 5 teams. Overall, the number, due to the weather at that time, there was a light sprinkle and kind of cold weather, and the Tulare County Sheriff's enforcement efforts along the Tule River, we felt from experience of last year that the numbers we encountered were much lower. We'll look to see from KTHA later on in the year, around April, May, of what the final report is, not just for Porterville, but to Tulare County area. Due to the low numbers of people we came across, there were extra gift cards that we utilized as incentives for people taking the survey. There was a vote, and it was passed to leave the extra gift cards for the Navigation Center and to the SMART team for the PD to help with their efforts. In other matters, there were some complaints by service providers by some of their individuals they help that were having issues with the transit system. They were either said that they weren't able to ride, or somehow they felt that they needed to be charged. During the meeting, I reached out to City Manager Ridenour and Director Tree, who promptly both responded, and I was able to correct during the meeting that no, it is indeed still free fare for fixed routes in the city of Porterville until June 30th of this year. So all those service members were able to go out and make sure that anybody they came across was updated on the information. Along with that, Mr. Tree said that they'd be updating their website, and as well as the bus display signs, the scrolling signs, that those will also be updated to transmit that there's free rides going on at this time. There's still ongoing work for a mobile health care unit to come to the link events, which is every other Wednesday. Now it's just a matter of scheduling. We had 2 offers, and we're hoping in the next, hopefully in March, will be the first time, not first time, but a regular scheduled health unit come and provide some general health care for those in need. And with that, we concluded our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beltran. Okay, moving on to oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter. All commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. This is time for you to come forward and address us on anything that you have of concern. Is there anyone that wants to come forward?
Brian Redford, address on record there. I'm glad that you brought up some of the financial concerns there, Vice Mayor McCurvey. We're not so, I guess, ignorant to think that there's just a pot of gold back behind City Hall. Our mayor, who was a council member at the time, noted that there's a large amount of money that it's got a time clock attached to it for the library. I've watched over the past couple of years on the Two Talk reports, I guess one of the few that reads the giant thing, watched the ARPA funds get whittled away. Some of it for awesome things like, the community center. Measure R funds in the wind, Measure I funds attached to different things. We're not asking you to look for change in the couch cushions. We're asking you as our elected representatives to task city staff to provide us with the services that we deserve as citizens of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redford. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone online, Fernando?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. This is time for other matters. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
No, I have no comment.
Okay, Councilman Beltran.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the privilege this morning to attend the 5-year anniversary of the library fire, but the unfortunate part of the loss of firefighter Jones and Captain Figueroa. But it was great to see the families there, the community, the fellow firefighters. This isn't something, they don't need a reminder of when it was, but again, just the city and the community just to continue to support the family. There was an event on Saturday in their honor. It was like a boxing academy, and they had to move the location because there were so many participants. And so it's just great to see the support 5 years later, and I'm sure that will continue into the future with the memorials and stuff that are planned. Also want to recognize the first responders, not just police, but fire. There's been some local incidents, whether it's a police shooting, the protests that were happening a couple weeks back. Recently, as the mayor mentioned, the fire at the old movie theater, just how critical it is that, we support and not just through prayer, through funds, but even just recognition. That's a hard job that these people do. Sometimes we might be on the bad end of a speeding ticket, or, when we call 911 or we ask for that support, it's usually a bad time in our life that's happening. And that's what they see day in and day out, and that mental and spiritual stress on them. So as you hear sirens and stuff go off, just think about not just who's responding, but who they're taking care of when they get there. I also want to see or acknowledge the city's efforts with the new trash receptacles. If anybody has seen those along the Main Street and bus stops and park areas, they look great. I think that was a really good investment in utilizing those in both, not just one trash receptacle. It doesn't allow water in there. There's not flies or bugs, or homeless can't go through and get make a mess. So I think it's a really good upgrade. It's small, but it just shows that progress that we're getting there. I like that the end of Villas finally looks like it's going to get paved this week. So it's been about a year for that project. I know a lot of people always ask, when is the city going to fix my street, or when is this street going to get repaired? It took about a year to get that done because there was infrastructure underneath that needed to get replaced. And just so that these are just ongoing efforts. It might feel like Villa's not a significant road, or why does it take so long? It is a true investment in the longevity of our community and services like sewer and water. I also utilized the Santa Fe byway, the old railroad tracks, and I was really impressed. I mean, I'm obviously I sit up here, I see all this stuff, but to physically walk it, or I was on a bike, was really impressive. I mean, it was clean. There were some issues with some homeless, and I know those are trying to be addressed. It's not illegal to be homeless. It's unfortunate that there are those still in our community we're trying to address, their needs. But there was a bike repair station. I didn't know that was in there. And I got a kick out of that because I had to air up my bike when I left. And I go, what if I get a flat on the way? And I go, oh, there's a bike repair station with a pump on there. So I was pleasantly surprised to see that. And I saw many people. It was on a Monday, so it was a holiday for school and some work. And so it was really neat to see a lot of people utilizing that byway. The library project, I understand, there was a lot of individuals speaking about that. Real quick, City Manager, when was the community center project started? The 4th Street. How long has that project been in the works? 10 years?
Probably at least 6 or 7.
6 or 7 years. And that was something that was planned and funding looked for. So when the library, unfortunately, situation happened, that's a huge project with funding. We're still dealing with insurances. But no, everybody on this dais, we want to see it come just as fast as you guys. They just unfortunately take time. I believe it's in the planning phases right now. So just know there is progress. Design. Not everybody sees that stuff, but it's a turtle, but it's getting there. Let's see what else. I have so many notes from today's meeting. I'll just end it with that because I know everybody else has stuff to say, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, any comments?
We're on other matters, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You got to pull your mic down
Well,
and turn it on.
I know. These newfangled things, it's hard for me to work them. You got to give me a break. You know what? I was going to bring something up last meeting. We kind of, an idea we've been kicking around, and Jason, Mr. City Manager, about like a baseball cap design for Porterville. Something just kind of kick around, and is there someone in the city staff that could do something like that? Just like just give us a few different options, like the city logo in the middle, and In God We Trust, American flags, something.
Most definitely. So I know a few departments have hats. The community development department, as they have economic development, often purchases hats.
I got to intrude real quick because the Porterville Fire Department's giving me the best hat by far so far.
They have great hats.
Yes, all right. I just wanted to add that. Well, you haven't given me one, Chief. You're pointing at me.
Smoke.
I haven't got one from the police department. Fire department takes care of me, so I just.
You know, I was kind of thinking something that if we have a nice design, and we could kind of start maybe, I mean, this will take some time to do, of course, but, you know, we can pass a few around, get the people to see what, hey, well, that's a nice looking hat. Where'd you get that? Well, you can get it down at City Hall for $15 or whatever. And we could, you know, sell, because giving away a lot of hats costs money.
I have a hat from like 10 years ago with that on it.
Let's put 100-year
my favorite.
charter on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask.
So
anybody
this
have
is
any
a
other
conversation that may be able to direct towards the Heritage Committee. I just adding in on your comments. We're not violating the Browns Act, are we?
Would you like to have an item? I mean, we could, I don't know.
As I go.
I'm just saying.
Is that something that can be done at the administrative level? Yeah, I
so-
think we can do this at the administrative level.
Okay. So are you making a motion, sir?
If you would like to
Well, I'm
assign
just
it
making
to
a
the
motion
Heritage
that we-
Committee, staff can bring this forth to the Heritage. The amount of capital that it would take is within my discretion, I would imagine. And so if you want, we can, we've been gearing up to have a Heritage Committee meeting. So this could be item number 1.
All right, we can discuss the color of it too?
I'll second that motion.
So we don't need a motion, we're giving direction, and this will be on the agenda for the Heritage Committee, item number 1, and it'll be something that the Heritage Committee council members can look at and bring a design back to the council that we'll all vote on.
I'll make you a design.
Okay? Is there any other comments you'd like to make? Mr. Green?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay.
I'm done.
Councilman Rivas, I'm good. Okay, and then Vice Mayor McCurvey.
All right, first of all, I want to say thank you to Richard Tree for taking a lot of guff tonight. That was pretty tough on you, man. That was a tough situation. Thank you for being a good sport and hanging in there. I wanted to talk, we went to the International Ag Show the other day. It was amazing. It's amazing. It's an international, it's like it's unbelievable. The size and scope, it's just incredible. And we were able to attend the opening ceremonies with all the dignitaries, and that was nice too. There was a nice breakfast there, but they had the flyover, and Jason, you were there. It was awesome to get out there and see those jets flying over, and all of the things that we produce in this South Valley. It's like the showcase of the world, and it's just incredible, the place that we live. I was on a conference call with some of the people I work with this morning up in the Midwest, and they said, well, it's sunny today. It's -2, but it's -25 with the wind chill. And I said, man, I love Porterville. It's cold everywhere else. I saw some picture on the news with there was a flood, and then it got cold, and then the cars were stuck in the flood, and it was frozen. That's a new one. Anyway, it's just great to be in Porterville, and I wanted to tell everybody, I stopped the city manager. We had a walk down Main Street this week. They were cutting down the trees, and it blew up. We have an issue of conflict between, some communications with the council and the staff, and we're going to work through that. But the thing that people have to understand is that we only get one chance at getting this downtown set right now as we go through and fix the roads, and it's going to be 30 years. We make a really good decision here, and everybody's going to be happy about it. We make a bad decision, everybody's going to be laughing at us for 20 years. So taking out those old trees, I mean, if you try to replace one of those trees, it'd be like $8,000 each, and we got to do 80 of them. Do the math, right? So those are assets in our community. I didn't come down here and tie myself to the tree and say, don't cut the tree down, but we did call a timeout and try to recover, because we were under the impression we weren't going to cut down the trees that weren't diseased and then assess what to do next, because it's an investment, because now we got to go buy trees. So just want to get on the record and say I caused that, and I'm really just trying to look out for the downtown committee and the mayor's vision. So as we go through the changes with the new council and we get used to each other and our styles and things, I want to finish with a point here in a second, but I want to talk about the library before I do that and the fly-in. It was great. I went to the airport the other day and ate at the Airway Cafe, and it was packed. There was a line. It was great food, great service. Just love it out there, and I hadn't been out there in a long time, and I saw some signs, and I said, wow, it took me back to my childhood. So it was really nice to go out there, and then we had some great meetings with Fred Donke and the Colonel and some of the folks around that came tonight to talk about what was going on. We have something at the airport that nobody else has. It's a gem, and a lot of people don't appreciate it, but I know the folks that were here tonight just love it, and I do too. It brought me back to my childhood, and we have to make that part of our destination, and that's part of the mayor's vision. That's a destination too. So getting the pilot lounge out there so that our pilots will have a place to come in and have a hamburger and do their FAA planning. They'll come in as a stop. That'll generate some of the demand that we need to lead to where our transportation director wants to go. But it has to be natural demand. It can't be made up. It has to be something where we attract people to it, and then it'll grow on its own. And so we got to be careful not get the cart out before the horse. And I just want to make sure we support our folks out there, because it is really a great community, and I can remember camping out there when I was a kid and watching all that stuff. And hopefully we can get some of those things going again by next summer. There's a lot of talk out there, and I'm just excited about that. On the library, I think we got roughly about, don't quote me on these numbers, we got roughly about $15 million. We're already the most taxed city around. Nobody wants to raise their taxes anymore. We don't want to go out and get a bond and go to 40 million. I'm going to recommend, as I sit on this dais, that we build what we can with the money that we have and build it modularly and build a first phase and a second phase. And people don't understand this basic fact. Right now, it costs nearly $1 million a year to run the temporary library. That's coming right out of the height of the city, right now. When we get when we build it out better, it's going to cost even more. Just the golf course and the pool alone is half of that. And so we got to make some trade-offs in our community, and we have this idea, and our eyes get bigger than our stomachs, and we want this big, giant, magical library. We have a community center. Let's make sure we leverage our assets and our resources and make the best library that we can with the money that we have, and make sure we're balancing those priorities without raising taxes. So it's just trying to get perspective, and we don't do a good job of communicating. And, you know, we put a lot of information out on the website, and we put stuff in the newspaper, and not a lot of people are paying attention to it, and we've got to get better at that. So it's great to have everybody here and engaged in these meetings, because now we're going to get word of mouth. We're going to have more people talking, and that helps a lot. And so let's just keep that message out there. We really do want to get those things done, and we want to achieve the mayor's mission. And the biggest challenge for me, and where some of this frustration came tonight, Richard, was trying to figure out all of this stuff, just like the folks that came tonight, in a short amount of time. So I want to finish with this. Our agendas, and this is a small one, these need to match the mayor's vision. So if there's something in here that's going to affect our heritage and our downtown, we all need to have read the mayor's vision. We need to talk about that, and the things that we're putting forward need to be aligned with the things that are coming before this council. And we need more time. I want to make a motion that we make this information available 7 to 10 days in advance of the notice, so that we have a chance to digest this information before we notice it. So if we need to make a change, like the $1 million discussion, we could have had that discussion and then just came in and voted on it if we understood that better. If we understood the stuff that was going on with the lease agreement proposal, we could have done that through the course of the week and not rushed through a holiday weekend, and you guys get the point. There are some things here that we need to do because it's a lot of information to go forward. I want to make a motion to put on the agenda a discussion or an item that says we can make this available so that we can go through it 7 to 10 days in advance, so that it gets noticed properly, but it gets a chance to have a chop and it's aligned with the mayor's vision.
Okay, just to clarify, what the vice mayor is asking for is time ahead of the appointed, where we have to put out a public notice, and you're saying 5 to 10 days?
Well, we do the notice today on Thursday for Tuesday, I think. Is that how it works?
Correct. And so it's a 72-hour notice requirement. We beat that requirement as we issue Thursday night. We try to issue around 6 o'clock.
So we can amend before 72 hours. So if you were able to get us the agenda beforehand, we could still amend the agenda 72 hours before the meeting, is what I'm understanding?
Well, technically, yeah. So, I mean, you realize, though, when we do that sometimes the public, that irritates the public, because then they get it on that Thursday, and then they don't necessarily go to check again to see if it's been changed on, following. So you're right, though. So, I mean.
Well, we do that when we have to,
that'll
right?
still
We
be
do it when
done.
we absolutely have to, but we really try not to. We try to make it the exception
So
and not the
what we
rule.
could do is, and just trying to clarify his motion, we could publish it 5 days before the final.
In draft form. In draft form.
Is that possible? Because I know that the city
Absolutely
manager is
possible.
still building
Let us see.
the agenda.
We'll need to.
Excuse me, sir.
So maybe we can evaluate that and then have a discussion, bring that back. It would, essentially what we would have to do is just rework our processes and our timelines of how soon, so items, for example, if we have a motion for a scheduled matter to be at the next meeting, so that will have to be, because if, the way it works right now, essentially it takes approximately 3 or 4 days to produce the agenda. And so we would then move that up, so it would just be a larger lag of time frame before an item becomes to the council due to that noticing.
So if you were to make motions tonight, it wouldn't be on the next meeting, it would be the following meeting, so that we can ensure that the notice provisions are met. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
It's
and-
actually, quite frankly, that does happen other places. I think the county.
Yeah, and I was thinking,
That schedule. So
worst
it-
case, we could flip everything out a week Or we just have to reset that cycle,
So,
right?
yeah,
so
so
it'll
if
just
we
be
do
a-
this, and just trying to understand, I make a motion tonight, I won't be able to visit that motion for a month. It's going to be out 2 meetings.
Correct.
If you want things 7 to 10 days in advance, that's how it would have to.
What would be the compromise? 5 days in advance?
Even at 5 days, we would be pinched to do that. Just being very candid with you on it.
So with the vice mayor's motion, this is something we could bring back, and you could give us this information, and you could find what you can give us without postponing and hobbling the council. Is that a fair clarification
Yes.
of your motion?
Yes, I agree with that.
I wouldn't mind more time. I hear what he's saying. This is a lot of information.
But it's for the public too, Greg. It's not just for us.
It's a lot to digest
It-
in a short period of time.
I would agree, Vice Mayor. So I will second that motion, and then that's something that staff could look into, and then we could get an idea on the time frame. If we could get 2-3 days, that would be ideal, and be able to go through this agenda and actually understand what's in this agenda. Because I'm a layman, I need more time to digest this as well.
For clarification, so we'll bring back a scheduled matter that evaluates the ability to post the agenda approximately 5 to 7 days prior to the Tuesday council meeting.
Yes. Yeah, if, what I don't want, and you're going to have to find that out, but I don't want to hobble the council if we make a motion and it takes a month to finally.
It could slow things down.
Yeah.
And as Ms. Lou was saying, there's other jurisdictions that do this. It just leads to longer lead times because you're pushing back,
Yes.
And so because all the work still has to be done.
And we have to weigh the trade-off. So it'd be great to have that discussion because the longer lead time has a huge advantages, but there's some trade-offs, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have a first, we have a second, staff has the direction. Is there any other comments on this?
The only suggestion I was going to make, but I don't know, it's one half or one or the other, is just something like this is we just table it and then gives us another 2 weeks to go through it. That's all. That would just be the other recommendation is when we feel like we can't handle it, not judging who's able to understand it or not, let's table it just on the benefit that we're all on the same page. That would just be the only slight suggestion.
And that's a fair comment to make when if it comes back with schedule matters and that's a great point.
I don't think it's about understanding it, it's just a lot to digest, because there's a lot of information, and sometimes I like to get and go into the government codes and looking them up on my own. That way I can make a better decision, not just based on what staff recommendations are. Because the way I do things is I go to the government code sections and the ethical sections, and I look them up and I download them, and I research everything that they're telling me on this paperwork. That way I could get a better understanding of what's going on, not just based on staff recommendations. That's just the way I do things. So it's not something that we don't understand or whatever. It's a lot to digest, especially with this Hopper situation. That's a lot, and it was going to affect a lot of people. So based on that, I don't like to make a decision based on stuff that I need more information or more stuff that I can understand. That's all.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Are there any other comments? Staff's got direction. We'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, are you all done, Vice Mayor?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll finish this up and try to be quick. I know it's getting late. There were some comments about the library and some things. I was the one that made the comment that it's not the city's job to teach literacy in the city. And just to finish my comment, because it's gotten taken out of context, I ended with, if you want to start with literacy in our city, start with Common Core in the schools. That's what my full statement was. Now, I am a supporter of the library. It is something that I have been lobbying with federal and state officials and trying to bring more money to the city of Porterville to help build that future library. I refuse, as long as I am on this dais, as long as I am mayor, I refuse bonds and I refuse any more tax increases. And another statement I made that night when you quoted me with the city not teaching literacy was that I will move out of Porterville if we raise the taxes anymore in this city. It's at the highest rate. We're one of the most highest tax cities in the state of California. So it's just a position that I'm taking, and I refuse it. So I'm on the same stance there. Some of the vision that a vision that I also have for our future library is I'd like to memorialize our fallen firefighters, Captain Figueroa and Firefighter Jones. I've said this before. I said it on Channel 30 News today. I would like to do bronze statues of our fallen firefighters entering the new library. I think Captain Figueroa in full turnouts with his captain's helmet and Figueroa on the front of his helmet. And then I think Firefighter Jones in half turnouts with the Porterville Fire Department's t-shirt and Jones on the back. Mr. Jones was known for wearing his hat backwards. And I'd like to see that on the bronze statue as well. Today, I also attended the memorial service for the 5-year anniversary for Captain Figueroa and Firefighter Jones. You know, I got one of the coolest challenge coins I've received so far as an elected. It's Engine 71. It's a fire truck, and then Captain Figueroa and Firefighter Jones is on the back of the challenge coin. And Patrick's mother, or Firefighter Jones' mother, challenged me today, and she caught me off guard. And I forgot names. And as humans, it's easy to forget. And so it's why I'm driving so hard to memorialize these firefighters and make sure that they're part of the foundation of our community, and never forgetting their ultimate sacrifice to our community. With that, I'll move on. Some exciting stuff. The Porterville Wall of Fame, it's done every year. There's some really great names going on the Wall of Fame. Bill Bennett, Robert Keeley, Mike Rook, John Bilyeu, and Fred Beltran, all amazing men that have contributed to this community, the heritage of this community, built this community. And it's really exciting to see these gentlemen going on the Wall of Fame. With that, the Tulare Ag Show, what an amazing event. It was a great time with you guys. You know, there's going to be people trying, anytime they see us together, they may try to claim we're violating the Browns Act. That is not the case. We were allowed to be around each other and enjoy each other's company. The flyover was awesome. Mr. Ridenhour, you were outside with me when it came over. I mean, it shook us to the core. I want to see that in Porterville at our Veterans Day Parade. Desperately want to see that over Main Street. I think that would be way cool. With that, moving on, I also, the COVID-19 after action review, I would like to set a meeting for next month. I think it's time to start going over that, going over the lessons learned through COVID, and ultimately getting to the goal of setting an ordinance or resolution at bare minimum that highlights individual liberty and medical freedom in our community with our jurisdiction. So I'd like to, I don't think I need to make a motion, but just giving direction if we could set up a date that works for, I believe Vice Mayor is on that committee, something if you could reach out to us and we could set up a date for that. And then with that, I'm going to make 2 motions tonight. I'm going to start with a motion, a support letter for a League of Charter Cities, working with the mayor of Huntington Beach, Pat Burns. They're really leading the fight in the state of California and fighting for local control as a charter city. And something that I believe needs to happen is a League of Charter Cities needs to come together where we could pay dues and we could hire attorneys and lobbyists to fight for charter city home rule. And the way to do that is this is something Porterville can't afford on its own. It's It's something that we need to inspire big cities like Huntington Beach that has been taking on the fight and joining in with them and uniting our forces to protect that home rule, which is a constitutional right in the state of California. And it's a stance that I'd like to take. So that motion, I have forwarded an email to our city manager and city attorney. And so I'm making a motion that it would be on scheduled matters for the next council meeting for us to review that letter of support for a league of charter cities. That is my motion.
I would second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any other comments?
No comments.
Okay, call for the vote.
Agreement.
Passes 5-0. Okay, and then my final motion tonight, I would like to create an ordinance in the city of Porterville to protect women's safe spaces. And so this is also an ordinance that I have forwarded to our city manager and city attorney. The goal is to set law in the city of Porterville to protect women's safe spaces like bathrooms, locker rooms, sports, things where women in Title IX have the right to have their own space. And it's something that is a big issue in our country, and I feel the need to fight at a local level to protect women in our community. And men on this dais, I believe we have a high duty to protect the women in our community. So with that, that is my motion, is to bring, and I've already forwarded the information to the city manager and city attorney to look at a ordinance to protect women's safe spaces. That is my motion.
I motion that, Mayor.
So we have a first and a second. Are there any comments? Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on. Mr. Reidenhauer, any comments? No, Your Honor. Okay. All right, I believe we have some closed session items we still need to address, so we will not be closing the meeting.
Correct, and there's no expectation that there'll be any report after.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. All right, we'll go back into closed session. Thank you all for participating in the governance of Porterville.